Yo, Atlas speaking and welcome to part 2 of What If Shadow Monarch Ashborn was reincarnated in the beginning after the end. Let the tale begin. Chapter 21, Ashborn's POV. After clearing the second relic tomb and creating another layer from Black Heart, it was finally time to go to Dicathan. I spent few weeks in relic tombs, but in relic tombs time flows differently. Few weeks there can be months outside and maybe even the opposite. Crystal told me the truth. Fragments really started leaking their power. Now this so-called ether has properties of fragments. In total, I spent 8 months on Alacria. I can return to Dicathan and spend some time with my family. Also, it's time to take beast glades in my hands and I shall increase my army quickly. I decided that I will make guild independent organization long ago, but I shall do it now. To minimize future problems. The main problem is that it would be dangerous for people to enter beast glades because I plan to give my soldiers freedom. They will kill everything that they see on their way and humans will be included in everything. We are leaving, everyone ready? I asked my soldiers. Yes, my liege. Baru answered for soldiers. Shadow exchange. Walking through the streets of Xyrus, why? Because I have to find a present for Ellie. I promised that and I'm a man of my word. Why am I walking in the streets when I can create something from mana? Because I don't know what to create. Now here I am searching for an original present that my sister will like. I don't have problems with finances because I can at least create coins from mana. Also, I can visit the guild on the way. My liege, I recommend gifting small daggers. I think Lady Ellie would be happy to receive such a present. Baru suggested and I almost agreed. Wait, I don't want my sister to fight in melee. It certainly wasn't an option. If my sister has to fight, which is almost impossible when she has 50 soldiers in the shadow, she should at least fight from distance. Then what about the bow, my liege? Now, this was something that I can approve of. It's decided. Bow it is then. I announced to my soldiers who looked at me with deadpan expressions from the shadow. I decided to visit Caspian on his work. Shadow exchange. I changed position with a soldier which was in Caspian's shadow. He was sitting in his office and reading some reports. I decided to just put my hand on his shoulder. Ah! He screamed and turned around and when he saw me he just sighed. At least notify when you are showing up, Mr. Ashborn. Caspian said and calmed down. It was 8 months since I left. Anything happened in this period of time? I asked because I didn't have time to always observe some person so I didn't know what was happening in guild. Nothing much, maybe yes. What is it? I asked. There was the person who took the examination. He had a mask and I couldn't see his face, but he had auburn hair and blue eyes just like you. Maybe he was your relative? Caspian does have a great observation. Yes, that was my brother. This could be a pointless question, but did he pass the examination? As Arthur's brother, I do have my faith in him and I already knew the result. I personally watched him through my shadow. Yes, certainly. I personally fought against him and I can say that he is strong. As expected of my brother. But, I can't say that he is as strong as you. Caspian hasn't seen me in action yet, but he thinks that I'm stronger than Arthur. Bruh, of course. Aren't you overestimating me? I asked, at which he shook his head. This is ridiculous, but only just your aura made me shaken. There's no mistake, you are the strongest person in Dicathan. Caspian may be the only person who can truly comprehend my power. He directly felt my aura and can deduct that I'm not even showing my full force. Yes, you are right. I agreed. I didn't know if there was anyone in this world that can be stronger than me. Even though I don't know the whole world. I have the confidence of a Shadow Monarch. Even you agree, so what is your reason for your sudden visit, Mr. Ashborn? Caspian asked. I think it's already time to move our plans. I want to request a meeting with the king, tell him to come here. This sounded probably like a command than a request. I understand, it shall be done. Also I wanted you to give me a suggestion, it will be very important. I said with seriousness, and Caspian also tensed up at this. What is it? Tell me, is it normal for brother to gift their sister with a bow? I asked, and Caspian's expression eased up. Oh, I think it's not normal, but a great gift. Even Caspian said that it's a great gift. It seems I don't have to worry about this matter anymore. What a doting brother we have. Just like Sung Drip's Wu. Then just notify me when King comes here, I shall come immediately. Blaine would come without any objections, he is too fearful of me. I would like to use this fear to make him give me Beast Glades whole, but what would other countries think? I'm not someone who would spend my time on getting such a thing. Blaine does have a reputation and could force other countries to agree on this. Besides, with the support of the S-Class adventurer, it would make his job only easier. I'll be going now. Shadow exchange. I changed position with the soldier that was Donhe roof of Helstia Manor. Why there? I have to create a bow first. It should be something small and... Baru help me out. It may be embarrassing for someone like me, but the next few hours me and my high-ranking soldiers spent time discussing what kind of bow I should gift Eleanor. My king, maybe we should create a bow that can choose its form that is most compatible with the owner? My Alacrian soldier made the first even suggestion in our long discussion. My liege, this is cheating. Baru didn't like that the best idea came out not from him, but from Alacrian's servant. You shall also receive the award. From now on you are Alvis. I named my Alacrian servant. He showed me smartness of a whole different level today, Alvis meaning all-wise. Yes, that should be his name. Finally received name. Poor Alvis will serve his liege and make better suggestions. It is decided then. I shall give my sister a multifunctional bow. I announce so that every my servant hears this. Alice Lewin's POV. Already been months since both Ash and Art left. Art is sending us letters through the guild, Ash meanwhile sends his bond, which is always appearing behind us mysteriously. Somehow he does understand us, and when we ask questions if Ash is okay he nods. I'm extremely angry with Ash. First, it appeared that the S-Class adventurer is my son, then he left only leaving some ladder. Then we received offers to accept the status of nobility and Ray rejected them. I almost freak out, but in response, King just told us that if we need something then we can always call for him. This was something that I didn't expect. Maybe Ash has to do something with it? His potential got noticed by King? Or something entirely different? I just hope he didn't threaten the royal family. I thought and went to search for my daughter. After Art left for his adventures, Ellie worked hard to make his brother proud. The whole day she was meditating with Lilia. Tabitha and Vincent were so overjoyed when their daughter started to form her core. Ray also managed to assimilate with the beast will. This core that Ash gifted him was S-Class core. I'm not sure how Ray managed to assimilate with such beast will, but he does work with him well. Both Ash and Art do so many things for us, and I'm ashamed of myself to be called their mother. I should be the one to protect my children, but it's the opposite. Mom, are you sad? I looked at Eleanor, who peeked out of her room. No, just thinking when your brothers come back. It wasn't a lie nor a truth, I'm sad and happy at the same time. I have such great sons. But I can feel it. You are sad, that's clear. I'm worried about Ash. He left without anyone supervising him. Even if he has a strong bond with him, I'm still worried. The same situation is with Art, he left with Jasmine. My brothers are strong. They will come back without scratches. Ellie exclaimed. I felt relieved at her words. Yes, as Ellie said. Without scratches. I heard someone's voice behind me. Brother! Ellie shouted and ran towards brother. Wait. I looked back and saw Ash standing and looking at us with his usual expressionless face. I of course got shocked and happy instantly. I also ran towards him. It was only 8 months, not much. He said and hugged Ellie, who ran at him first. Brother! You left without saying goodbye to me. Ellie removed fake tears from her eyes. Ashborn lay win. I shouted and also hugged him. I also had tears in my eyes, they were real. Tears of happiness. It was only 8 months. Ashborn muttered and hugged us back softly. Oh, no. I won't overlook this now, young man. You left without even telling us beforehand. Mom, just forget it already. My brother came back. Ellie shouted to me. But no! As a mother, I have to teach my child so they won't do reckless things in the future again. Mother, how is father doing? Ash asked me. He is doing pretty good. He won't stop bragging about you and Art with his colleagues. He also managed to assimilate with Beast Will. It shouldn't have to be a problem for him. Wolf from who I got core didn't have elemental affinities. It used only man arts. So it was still him who got those cores. Ashborn. How many S-class beasts did you fight? Wolves fight in packs mainly. They never fight alone. Does that mean Ashborn fought a few of S-class beasts? There was around 5? Why am I even asking? I'm just glad you are okay. I gave up. Can something even surprise me after this? Ellie, I said in the ladder that I will bring you a present, didn't I? Ash turned to Ellie. Ashborn's POV. Okay, Ellie. Are you ready to shoot? I asked my sister. Right now we were in the backyard of Helstia Manor, testing a new weapon that I created for Ellie. A bow that I created was only made out of mana. Altering its size and form for users is an easy thing to do because of that. Besides, it can be fueled by my mana, distance doesn't matter. It can shoot normal spears enhanced by mana or just mana arrows, which are created from my mana again. Besides, how much mana does it takes depends on the user's emotions. If my sister feels fear, then I will pour whole my mana into it. Like that someone who dared to scare my sister will perish from this world. Ellie, do you know how to shoot with a bow? I asked my sister, who nodded. Yes, I remember how Helen used a bow. She took the stand and pulled the string closer to her. The string was also made for mana and it was easy for the user to pull, but after letting it go it will return to its starting position quickly while launching an arrow with tremendous speed. When Ellie pulled mana string towards her, she widened her eyes when mana arrow manifested and was ready to be launched. Don't worry, Ellie, just lesson pull if you are afraid of launching an arrow, I told her. Ellie just grinned and just let go of the string, launching mana arrow towards the small forest behind Helstia Manor. Mana arrow just went through few trees, cutting them in half. I had to even disperse my mana so it won't reach out of this small forest and kill someone. Yes, it's still things that have to be fixed. I see you are having fun without me. The familiar voice of my father snapped me out of my thoughts. He already arrived. His mana signature really did change after assimilation. Not really, it will begin now. Show me, father, what assimilation you went through. I was seriously intending to test how strong he got after assimilation. What an honor, sparring with S-class adventurer. He only grinned and started approaching us. Just don't break everything here, Mother said. That's not guaranteed. My father's grin didn't disappear. I agree. Let's get it started. Chapter 22, Third POV. Standing few meters away from each other, Ashborn and Reynolds. Son and father duo were facing each other. Reynolds, after getting stuck on solid orange stage, managed to get on the next stage quite easily with the help of S-Class B score. Right now Reynolds is light orange stage and is close to breaking through yellow stage. Besides, he managed to assimilate with Beast Will that he found in Beast Core. He can bring out the first phase of his Beast Will without any after effects on his body. Father, are you ready? Ashborn asked father, who only grinned and immediately entered the first phase of his Beast Will. His hair stood up and turned its color into white, eyes meanwhile turned into bloody red color. He can't transform more than that? Ashborn noticed that something didn't let Beast Will work on its full potential. I can only enter the first phase of my Beast Will. His father answered and Ashborn only nodded. He just doesn't know what is second phase. Ashborn thought it was weird why he didn't transform fully. Now he realized that people here think that beast wills have phases of transformation. His father had great strength to handle this beast will and it should be able to transform fully, he just doesn't exactly realize what his own beast will is. Here I come. Reynolds dashed at Ashborn with great speed. He quickly got near Ashborn and tried to punch him, but Ash just evaded his punch. Ash in return swung his leg at his father. Reynolds noticed leg aimed at his chest and quickly jumped back. Beast-like reflexes. Ashborn analyzed his father's movements. Reynolds managed to see his attack even though he didn't put any effort into it. It's still formidable that someone actually saw his swing. Not bad, not bad. I even got surprised. Reynolds joked and again dashed at Ashborn, who still remained standing in one pose. This time Reynolds didn't attack mindlessly and kicked the ground to raise dust in the air. This was made to block Ashborn's vision, but Ashborn never relied on his sight only. Ashborn's sensitivity to mana is so high that even with covered eyes he can still fight Reynolds. While dust covered the whole imaginary arena, Reynolds continued to attack Ashborn, who only evaded or blocked him. He can see me in this dust. Reynolds received senses of the beast from his beast will. Even in this dust where normal sight wouldn't help you, Reynolds could clearly see Ashborn and his movements. Besides, Reynolds showed extreme reflexes when he evaded Ashborn's kick. Reynolds tried to kick Ashborn, but Ashborn caught his leg. Without wasting time, Ray twisted his body so he could use another leg to kick Ashborn. This time he managed to connect his leg at Ashborn's face. Ashborn was pushed back from this contact, but no visible injuries were seen on his face. He was perfectly fine. But uneasiness was found on Reynolds' face. You sense this, right? The feeling that you are prey. Ashborn told his father. Ashborn was releasing some of his mana. For normal people or mages, this mana would give a feeling of fright. But for Reynolds, who now had beast-like senses, it felt like he was in front of his predator. He was prey. That wolf in the dungeon also felt the same. He wanted to run away from fright, but couldn't. Ashborn said as he took a step forwards. Are you the same, father? Are you that same wolf who ran away as prey? Ashborn asked his father, who only grinned. You cocky little. Reynolds shook his head. Right now he didn't want to lose to his son, at least not without putting up a good fight. Ashborn charged at his father, who let his guard down. Immediately appearing next to Reynolds, he swung his fist at his face. Reynolds widened his eyes and tilted his face to evade punch. Ashborn hit his father's chin, who stumbled back. Let that beast take over you. Ash wanted his father to fully utilize his beast will power, and if Reynolds wanted to use the power of the beast, he has to turn into one. Your beast will is of a wolf, father. What do you think is the second phase of your beast will? That wolf didn't have any elemental affinities. It just enhanced himself with mana. Now, why don't you enter the second phase? Ashborn asked, as if mocking Reynolds. Easy to say, thought Reynolds, but it was worth trying to transform. Concentrating and imagining what exactly he wanted to transform into, he let Beast will do the job. Being already in the first phase of his Beast will, Reynolds could easily enter the second phase of his Beast will if he could imagine what exactly he wants to turn into. Reynolds just didn't listen to the Beast's instincts that told him what to do. How ironic. Beast will itself wants to help, but he just didn't listen to it before. Ashborn watched how Reynolds was entering the second phase of his beast will. He was doing everything instinctively. Reynolds' hair grows, on the head, on his hands, and his whole upper body was coated in white fur. His head was transformed into the head of a wolf. He looked like Beast Monarch. Did that bastard Beast Monarch? Guys, it would be better if you wouldn't know what Ash thought, DDDD. Reynolds entered the second phase of his beast will. His bloody red eyes looked happy at the moment, but as soon as he looked at Ash they were filled with disbelief. His instincts got stronger? Ashborn realized that Reynolds can feel his power. Reynolds, who thought that he would at least pose a challenge to his son, lost his hope of fight. Even though Ashborn wasn't releasing mana, that feeling of fear never left Reynolds after looking at him. Just how strong did he get? Wondered Reynolds while looking at his son. Wrap it up already. Ellie is scared. Ash and Ray heard the voice of Alice. They turned to her and saw Ellie in her hands trembling from fear. Ray, not wanting to end spars so easily, looked at his wife with puppy eyes. Miraculously, bloody red eyes turned into his normal blue ones. No. Alice said, answered, and Reynolds felt defeated. He returned to his former self and transformed back into a human. Getting out of the second phase took a lot of his stamina. Ah, I feel so tired. I want to eat. It didn't seem that he was tired, he was still as energized as before. My brother is so strong. Ellie exclaimed and complimented her brother. Of course, he is ill. He is my son. Ray also added his word and warped his hand around Ash's neck. Alice just smiled at their interactions. So, Ash, what are you going to do now? Are you also going to attend Xyrus Academy? Ray asked his son, who looked confused. What Xyrus Academy? Ashborn knew what was Xyrus Academy, but he didn't plan to attend some kind of school that can't teach him anything. Art was already admitted there. I think Directress Goodsky would also like you to attend. It was now Alice who said this. It's one of the best magic schools, Ash. You should attend. I don't want to. Ash answered shortly, surprising his family. Why is that? Reynolds asked. Magic School/Academy is created to teach magic to others, but I don't see any reasons for me, who already knows magic better than most teachers there, to attend that school. Ashborn being taught by those who don't even know what exactly is mana? Ridiculous. But Alice was thinking that Ash was getting overconfident in himself and tried to retort, but got stopped. I'm not going to learn under someone who doesn't even know what is mana. What are you talking about? Mana is a fundamental subject. Alice once again got stopped. Even in guidebooks for starting magicians, is said that mana is like water. It can take many forms. Then why people still can't use mana as they want to and rely on their elemental affinities? As Ashborn said, the 4 elements of fire, wind, earth, and water started floating around his hand. Subject is closed. With that said, they didn't continue arguing. Right. So what did he say, Ray? Vincent asked Ray at the dining table. Currently, Leywins and Helstias were dining and celebrating Ashborn's return from his journey. Nope. Reynolds' nonchalant answer shocked both Tabitha and Vincent, but Lilia wasn't different from her parents either. What are you saying, Ray? Vincent, still not believing in Ray's answer, asked again. As I said, Ashborn won't attend Xyrus Academy. But I already told directors to come here, muttered Vincent, and Ashborn heard him. I never said that I will attend before. On another hand, you are bringing directors to test me. I presume that's it? Ashborn asked, and chills run down on Vincent's back. Why, yes. Vincent answered. I*, let it be. May she come and I will send her back again. Ashborn didn't like what Vincent did. He didn't like that Vincent is bringing someone to test him without notifying him, and who would dare to test the monarch? People still don't know the identity of an S-class adventurer. Even someone high-positioned as directress of Xyrus Academy. Ashborn thought. If Goodsky knew about Ashborn being an S-class adventurer, she would immediately beg Vincent to convince Ash to attend Xyrus Academy. When is Lilia going to attend Xyrus Academy? Alice changed the topic. Oh, from next year. She managed to awaken, so it shouldn't be a problem. Tabitha answered happily. For Helstias, it was big news that someone in their family became a mage. All thanks to Arthur, said Vincent. Who would have thought that Arthur had 4 elemental affinities and 2 deviances? Arthur managed to help Lilia awaken as a mage because he managed to help Lilia feel mana particles. If Arthur didn't have 4 affinities, that wouldn't be possible, of course, if he is not Ashborn. I could probably directly form the core in her body, but she was still young for that process. Forming core in someone isn't a problem, but that person would have to adapt to the sudden increase of strength. Ash, By the way, on what stage is your course since you are S-class adventurer, maybe high silver? Reynolds suddenly asked questions that piqued everyone's interest. I already don't care about revealing this. I no longer use core. I simply don't need it. Ashborn answered, shocking everyone in the room. Then how are you able to use magic? Lilia, who always wanted to form the core and become a mage, asked. Mana isn't something that needs core to be used. The short answer of Ash didn't make any sense for people. I don't understand at all. Nobody understood. Am I teacher explaining lesson to students? Wondered Ashborn while looking at the group. To say it easier, I use magic without the core. How? I'm just built differently. Chapter 23, Third POV. Ashborn Leywin with his family and Helstias were waiting for guests' arrival. That guest was the directress of Xyrus Academy, Cynthia Goodsky. For people who didn't live under the rock for the past century, Cynthia would be a valuable guest, but that doesn't apply to Ashborn, who thinks that Cynthia is just an old hag who wants him as a student. Uncle Vincent, when is she going to arrive? Ashborn asked. He didn't know Cynthia's mana signature and he could sense a lot outside of Helstia Manor. She should arrive in few minutes. Vincent answered nervously. To Vincent, Ashborn is still S-class adventurer and he quite fears him. She is the directress of the prestigious Magic Academy and arrives late. I won't go there just like a brother, Ellie said, and Ashborn nodded at her. Ashborn could teach his sister way more than anyone in the whole universe, also making the process of learning fast, effective and fun. Big mana signature, but it's a magical creature, not human. Ashborn sensed some animal's mana that was stronger than most he encountered outside of dungeons. Soon mana's signature came closer. Some woman's mana signature was also with it. The mana of women was low compared to a creature. Knock knock. Knocks were heard on the doors of Helstia Manor. As soon as Vincent heard knocks, he runs towards the door and opened them himself. He came back few seconds. An old woman with some creature on her shoulder followed him. Guys, once again, please meet with Cynthia Goodsky, directress of Xyrus Academy. Vincent introduced the woman, but this was only done for Ashborn. It's pleasure to meet you again, Directress Goodsky. Pleasure is mine. I came here to visit another potential student of my academy. Little did she know that there was no potential at all. Ashborn Leywin, I presume. Goodsky turned to auburn-haired boy. And you might be Cynthia Goodsky. Ashborn said nonchalantly. Don't be rude to Directress, Ash. Alice whispered in Ashborn's ear. I can't sense your core. This means that you aren't awakened or you have a higher core stage than me. Cynthia narrowed her eyes at Ashborn. Is he white core mage? Cynthia internally screamed in her mind. Are you a mage, Ashborn? If yes, then why can't I sense any mana? The woman asked again. You are just weak. Why, she asks. Ashborn said and shocked Cynthia, who now understood that person in front of her was a powerful one and probably had white mana core. Oh, how wrong she was. Not many know this, but Ashborn is actually an S-class adventurer whose identity isn't revealed. I know it might sound unbelievable. Reynolds, who couldn't keep his mouth shut, said. Oh, my. Cynthia got even more shocked at the revelation. Directress Goodsky, I'm sorry, but Ashborn actually didn't want to attend Xyrus Academy. I'm sorry to bring you here for nothing. Vincent apologized and bowed. It's alright. Of course, it's already an old hag. Don't dare and do something in front of Ashborn. I don't want people to know who exactly is S-class adventurer, so I would like if you keep quiet about it. Ashborn, who hasn't participated much in discussion, said. I understand, but still, why not attending my academy? You still have enormous potential. Goodsky tried to change Ash's mind. I can't learn something that I already know. Ashborn meant magical arts and not theoretical subjects that are completely useless even if he learns them. What exactly do you know? The old woman was fishing for information. Obviously magic/mana arts. Cynthia, being the directress of the Magical Academy, couldn't let such words of Ashborn go past her ears. She wanted to know how Small Boy already knew what was taught in her academy. And how is that? I shall rephrase it. I know more than you, more than anyone, what exactly is magic and mana. So, I refuse to learn something useless. Goodsky couldn't argue more. She wanted to know more about a person called Ashborn Lewin, maybe even more than his brother Arthur. Saying such things in front of the woman who is the directress of the most prestigious academy on the continent might be delusional. But the person who said this is an S-class adventurer, someone way stronger than her. How strong is this boy? I already know what AA-class adventurers are capable of. How big is the difference between AA-class and S-class? Such thoughts were filling Goodsky's mind. Mr. Ashborn, do you mind little sparring? Suddenly woman asked, surprising everyone in the room except Ashborn. I don't think Ash is against it, right? Reynolds also got interested in what his son is capable of. Brother is going to beat her up, Ellie said with confidence. Then let's proceed to backyard. Vincent got ready for getting his backyard destroyed once again. Just who they think I am to spend time on battling with a weak woman? Ashborn thought. Ashborn and Cynthia were standing far away from each other. Cynthia didn't know if Ashborn was augmenter or conjurer, but it didn't really matter because she will lose anyway. Let's end this already, said Ashborn, and just waited for his opponent to do something. Old woman, not wasting any time, quickly started chanting spells. She conjured small tornadoes in her palm and sent them towards Ashborn. The wind isn't moving fast enough to even damage me without using mana, thought Ashborn. Ashborn still moved around to avoid tornadoes. Cynthia meanwhile kept chanting spells constantly. Doesn't she realize that I'm still not going to show what am I capable of? Ashborn thought that it was obvious, S-class adventurers won't take seriously just little spar. What is she benefiting from this? Is she a masochist? Ruler's authority. Ashborn used ruler's authority on Cynthia to halt him in one place. Cynthia widened his eyes because he couldn't sense any affinities in this attack. Is this gravity magic? The woman tried to conjure more of her tornadoes, but she couldn't do it because Ashborn's mana was messing with hers. It didn't let Cynthia even feel mana surrounding him. Her conjuring abilities were completely blocked. Ambient mana, it's chaotically moving around me, thought Goodsky. You can't move, nor conjure anything. It's your loss, Ashborn said, and released ruler's authority, freeing old woman. Mr. Ashborn, was that gravity magic? Goodsky asked the pretty obvious question. No. A short answer from Ashborn made her think more deeply. That explains it. But I wasn't able to move nor conjure. Then it clicked. Don't tell me that was pure mana. Goodsky widened her eyes even more and stared at Ashborn. For a human, she is knowledgeable. Ashborn noticed her reaction and thought. I'm shocked, still shame Mr. Ashborn that you won't attend my academy. Maybe you will become teach. Goodsky couldn't complete his word. No. Another short answer from Ashborn shut her up. Then that concludes everything, my schedule is busy. I must attend other places, please excuse me. Goodsky started leaving the backyard and everyone followed her. They escorted Goodsky out of Halstia Manor. When Goodsky was leaving, Ashborn said something to her. I haven't felt any ill intent from, so I'll spare you, Alacrian. At Ashborn's words, Cynthia got shocked. How? Ashborn just closed the doors of Halstia Manor and left Goodsky. So what are planning to do now? Since you aren't going to Xyrus Academy? Reynolds asked Ashborn. Also, brother is already strongest. He doesn't have to train anymore, he can stay there all the time. Ellie added, and she was right. Ashborn was the strongest creature, at least in this world. He could flatten whole this continent and take control of it by force, but his pacifistic nature played a role there. He didn't want to turn the whole continent into his servants, and there is no guarantee that normal people will listen to him if they aren't his servants. All actions done by him had maybe one and only meaning, which was to create a safe, peaceful place for him to rest with his new family. To live as a human. Also without upsetting his family. That's important. Dom, the god of family, approves. Ashborn's POV. This woman, Cynthia Goodsky. She has a high position, since she is the directress of such a prestigious academy. Then royal family is probably giving him everything she needs. Compared to people on Dicathan, she is a proficient mage. She somehow did and hide her runes on the back. If she is still under command of Alacrians, then why creating an academy of mages at that? With her magical abilities, she could easily take a position in royal mages and receive more information about the continent from there. Besides, she has a powerful beast, wyvern at that. I would happily take that wyvern in my army if it didn't have an owner. As I remember, Xyrus Academy was created way before my arrival in this world. Alacrians could already make a foothold here in Xyrus, but there aren't mages with runes on the back in Xyrus. More I think about this, more I realize that those Azuras have some internal problems. Why not attacking when you know that you will win without any problems and big losses? And I highly doubt that they are idiots if they can create runes of forcible human awakening. After I will meet with Blaine, I would politely ask him to give me some information about Xyrus Academy. More like about Cynthia Goodsky. In addition to that, I will also know where am I sending Arthur. Blaine won't refuse me, right? Yes, he shall not. Chapter 24, Ashborn's POV. After a day from the old woman's visit, Caspian notified me that the king will be arriving. Caspian works fast, or Blaine wants to meet me. It wasn't even 3 days since I told Caspian to summon the king in the guild. I already understood that king wants to be on my good side since he offered noble status for my family. Wait about that. Father, have you accepted noble status? I asked my father. No. After saying this, he started laughing. Why? Well, imagine noble living in other nobles' manner. Technically, he was still working under Vincent as a guard. They are close enough to be called very close friends. I guess father didn't want to leave his friends? Maybe to repay the debt? He could accept and repay debt, but refused. Human feelings and emotions are still confusing for me. I should ask what Blaine is truly planning. Maybe there is a war? But, no. No country will declare war, since there is an S-class adventurer here. I'm pretty sure news reached other countries. I might as well get going. Shadow exchange. I switched with a servant in Caspian's shadow. This time he wasn't surprised, because he called me. Greetings, Mr. Ashborn. Caspian greeted me with a bow. Hello, how are you today, Caspian? Caspian looked at me and with his usual smile. Work lately was tough because of S-class adventurer's appearance, but everything is returning to its places, said Caspian, and I nodded. Blaine already arrived? I asked, and he nodded while pointing at some room. Yes, His Majesty arrived immediately after I asked for him. Caspian is still referring to the king as His Majesty, so my strength and authority hasn't blinded him. I want to talk one-on-one to him. Don't let anyone enter, otherwise someone might get fried. I finally told him, and he nodded. I entered the room where was Blaine and immediately saw that his guards weren't present there. I see you guards aren't here. I announced my presence in the room. They would be useless anyway. Blaine just smiled. He is way more self-assured than before. That might be true. So let's immediately get on to business, I said, and he nodded and sat in already prepared seats. I also sat right in front of him. So on what matter you summoned me, Mr. Ashborn? Blaine asked, and I started speaking. First of all, let me hear what you wanted to talk about. You seem to be in some predicament. He sighed after hearing my words. Before your disappearance, some adventurers found evidence of new continent's existence. And you are sure that a new continent exists? I already knew, but still asked. Yes, we are 100% sure that a new continent exists, and it seems that they are already ahead of us in gathering intel about each other. Do other countries know about this? We are already having some negotiations about forming an alliance, but it might be even bigger than just an alliance. Blaine answered. Surely if you have such matter to attend you won't just come here so quickly. Maybe you want something from me? It seems I hit right on spot. Yes, Mr. Ashborn, you are an S-class adventurer and surely one of the strongest mages in Dicathan, so I wanted to only ask about cooperation. Cooperation, you say? Then it shall be beneficial for both of us. Blaine nodded in agreement and begun. I understand, it will be beneficial for both of us. No, it would be beneficial for Dicathan as a whole. His last words surprised me. Dicathan as a whole? I want to unite 3 races. The short answer from Blaine. He surely wasn't the person who just wanted to unite 3 races just like that. That piqued my interest. I don't think nobles in those countries will agree on this matter. They have a too big ego. Blaine got frustrated at this. He himself thought that commoners are inferior to nobles. But right now I sit in front of him, I probably destroyed his complex of superiority. Yes, I know. But since you aren't noble, normal citizens will listen to your words. So I just need your support in this matter. Certainly, not a hard thing to do. HM. Now it's time to listen to my requirements. I saw how Blaine flinched after hearing me. To say it simply, I want Beast Glades to be Guild's territory. Obviously, Guild needs to be an independent organization. I said. Blaine widened his eyes and stared at me in shock. My demands were truly shocking, but he doesn't have many choices. He can refuse, but will lose the support of the S-class adventurer or accepts and gains his support. I can make Guild independent organization. But I doubt other countries will agree to give Beast Glades, even if you are an S-class adventurer, other countries just won't listen. I have a solution for this, just make Guild participate in political events such as one that is happening. I told Blaine and he went into deep thoughts. Yes, but how this will help you? In the current situation, yes, it won't help much. Right now, Guild is just an independent organization without much influence outside of Sapin. With my help there in Caspian's business mind, a lot of things might change in a short amount of time. Besides, I already saw a lot of dwarves and elves here in the Guild. They are representatives surely. I have my own ways, I'm giving you favor in that matter too. I will make this beneficial for 3 races. Now just arrange documents and make Caspian leader of guilds across whole Sapin. Blaine understood and stood and moved hands towards me for a handshake. It was normal for humans to shake hands, so I took his hand and shook it strongly. We've come to an agreement. I'll arrange everything as quickly as possible. I will also inform other countries about this matter. Certainly, other countries should know that this organization is now independent. Caspian now needs to come to an agreement with other country leaders. Creating guilds in other countries and connecting them to one in Xyrus is needed. Creating more roads, or even teleporters and making places for trades, all this will be something that no country will refuse to. Making a net of influence is what I'm planning to do. After this guild can make bigger demands and not wanting to lose benefits from having guilds in country, they will eventually agree to everything. Now I will have to talk with Caspian. With that said, I and Blaine exited the room and we saw Caspian standing there. I went to Caspian's office, while Caspian himself escorted Blaine to his carriage. Soon, Caspian came back to his office. So how did everything went? Caspian asked the obvious. Yes, everything went the way I wanted. We have to now discuss what we are going to do in the near future. Caspian nodded and sat at his seat. Still, negotiations with other countries shall be done. Construction of new buildings in Eleanor and Darv. After this, I can connect those buildings directly one here in Xyrus. I still don't get how you will connect them here. Caspian grew confused. Creating something like teleporters, there are a limited amount of teleportation gates on Dicathan. So I decided to make my own. Just opening dimensional rifts isn't a problem, besides it will serve as transportation only for people who will have my mana. Here, those are 10 mana imbued stamps. By stomping them on guild cards or any other things, you can enter through teleportation gates that I will create. I with my mana quickly created stomps and showed them to Caspian. How did you? Wait, I won't ask, it's pointless. Caspian got surprised at the sudden appearance of stomps out of nowhere. You already got an idea of how to use them, right? Yes, of course. By using them we can sell kind of tickets for gate usage. I didn't care for finances, but for guild it was important. Yes, people who have my mana with them have access to teleportation gates. This will give the guild constant income. I may not be a businessman, but having such a fast way of transportation is certainly useful for not only us but even for other countries. A limited amount of teleportation gates would be a problem in the future if Alacria will attack Dicathan. I at least understood that. Ashborn isn't a businessman and doesn't have experience in a war where food and ammunition are important parts. His army literally doesn't need anything except for his mana. I can't stop but be amazed at your greatness, Mr. Ashborn. Many were Caspian, many were. Also Caspian, pressure country leaders as much as you can. Use status of S-class adventurer if you want to. I don't think it will come to this stage, but still. You should make them realize how beneficial it is to agree with our terms. This is the secret of businessmen. Summary of everything discussed here. I just have to negotiate with leaders of other country leaders to let us construct a new building for adventurers there. With this, you will connect them to Xyrus branch and make new teleportation gates. Caspian concluded and I just nodded. Also Caspian, here, take this. I took out Beast Core from my shadow. This is... well, it should help you to break through the next stage. Caspian has a lot of potential for a mage and for his work this can be a great payment. You flatter me, Mr. Ashborn. I will put this to good use. Caspian accepted Beast Core and I left. I returned to Helstia Manor, and while sitting in my room I'm checking through one of my shadows on Arthur, who is currently with Jasmine adventuring. My plan will approximately take at least 1 year to fulfill. By that time Arthur should return from his adventuring, and I finally will give my soldiers freedom. Brother! Dinner is ready! I heard Ellie shout outside of my room. Yeah, coming. I replied and left my room. Wait, isn't Arthur close to that Virion guy? He is the former king of Eleanor, isn't he? The thought flashed my mind. I might as well contact him. Chapter 25, Ashborn's POV. A few days later, Caspian started negotiations with Darv. Darv Kingdom was more open to Sapin about trading, and they would gladly accept anything for making trading easier and cheaper. Caspian earned as many benefits as he could from the deal with Darv. Even though right now Sapin has important negotiations with 2 other kingdoms, Eleanor still seems to be in isolation. With time this problem can be fixed with a new relationship between the 3 kingdoms, but this will slow down our plans. So I decided to make a visit. I'm going to visit Arthur's mentor and talk to him. Virion Aerolith, former king of Eleanor. Brother, are you going again? As I was about to leave Helstia Manor, I heard Ellie's voice. I thought she wouldn't come out from parents' room that early. I wasn't always monitoring Ellie's mana signature since she has bodyguards and she is always with parents. Yes. I answered shortly. I'm coming with you, she declared and ran up to me. I'm not against taking her, but Mother might get a little mad at this. She looked at me with begging eyes. Eyes of the cat from Shrek. Exceptions can be made since I'm with her and I can protect her from anything. It was decided, I will take Ellie on a small walk. Fine, are coming in these clothes? It's still early morning, she might feel cold since she is still young. I'm already big, brother. Do you think I will get cold? Yes, you will get cold with such a light dress. I can protect her with mana, but it will be better if I will teach her how to augment herself with mana later. Are you ready? I asked her and she looked confused. Before she could say anything I picked her up in my hands. Shadow exchange. A soldier that was in Arthur's soldier that was in Princess Tesh's shadow was already ready to switch with me in places. Eh? Ellie exclaimed and looked around. We are now in the Eleanor, to be exact at the same backyard that served as a checkpoint for me and Arthur. Brother, where are we? Ellie frightened at the sudden change of surroundings. It's understandable since she is still a small child. She tightened his hand around my neck and hugged me strongly. We are now in Kingdom of Eleanor. Remember the place where elves live? I asked her. Obviously, being the sister of two geniuses made her take their footsteps, and now she also started learning theoretical subjects. Humu. She nodded and I patted her head. Shall we look around first? Humans are not meant to just walk around in elven territory, but I look like Arthur, and Arthur is a disciple of Virion Aerolith. Yes. Ellie agreed, and we processed to walk around the backyard first. There were some rare types of flowers growing here. You won't be able to see any of these flowers in Sapin. Not only flowers but some other plants. I wonder who guards this castle. The nearest person to me is in the castle, and I'm sure it's not a guard. Brother, let's enter the castle now. I just nodded at her. I with Ellie enter the castle through the door like normal people. Some people who were walking in the halls turned to us. They probably think that Arthur returned. Oh, Mr. Lewin, I see you have returned. Someone approached us. It was an elf maid that first looked at me and then turned to Ellie, who was sitting in my arms. Stars formed in the maid's eyes when she saw Ellie. Yes, yes. Bow down to her, pun immortal, feel the cuteness of my little sister. JK. Yes. I want to see. Gramps. If I'm right, that was what Arthur called Virion. Oh, I will immediately notify both Princess Tesha and Elder Virion. Maid winked when she mentioned Princess. Ellie looked at me weirdly. She certainly couldn't have known anything between Arthur and Princess. What did I get myself into? I and Ellie were walking around the castle. She was too active to stay in one place, so I showed her around. I myself was the first time ever exploring this castle. I only visited this place twice and only entered Arthur's room. Art! I and Ellie turned to the voice. A silver-haired girl was running towards us with incredible speed. For some reason she had tears in her eyes. She runs up to us and wanted to kiss us, but Ellie slapped her away. Don't touch my brother. Don't touch my Oni-chan with your filthy hands. Wah! Girl widened her eyes as Ellie's hand connected to the girl's cheek. Who are you to hug my brother? Ellie fiercely added, shocking girl. Why hey! I'm his friend. Tesha girl didn't lose her ground and shouted. Brother won't associate himself with girls without my permission. With this whole arguing was closed, this was a finishing move. Little one, where did you run off? And someone who I wanted to find, found me instead. Grandpa, Art came back. This surprised Virion as he then looked at me. He narrowed his eyes at me. Then he looked at Ellie and again turned to me. What? Brad, how did you get here? He soon yelled so the whole Eleanor can hear it. Through backyard. Wait, why can't I sense your core? Don't tell me you are higher stage than me, Brad? Did he forgot that Arthur also has a twin brother that looks exactly like him? Wait, you aren't Arthur, are you? You are the second monster brat that I know, right? Yes, I'm his brother. Took you long enough to realize. This is Ellie, my and Arthur's little sister. I introduced Ellie and Tesha's eyes shone. Sue, cute. Princess wanted to touch Ellie, but my sister slapped her hand away again. Don't touch me, pervert. Ellie, where did you learn such words? I asked her. I just heard it somewhere. Don't say words that you if you don't know its meaning. I won't let you meet any perverted people, so you don't need to say it. I always monitor people who Ellie will meet. It's important because Ellie is still growing and he might get influenced by new people. But if I will. As I said, you won't ever meet such a person. Not in a million years. I patted her and she just nodded. I'm sure nobody got the hidden meaning behind these words. Where is Art? Tesha, who was still trying to touch Ellie, suddenly asked. My brother is killing monsters. Ellie answered for me. So he isn't here. Tesha saddened. I'm sure you will meet him soon. This piqued Virion's interest and he leaned a little towards me. So what is the reason for your arrival? He then asked me. Can we talk in private? Today, I'm generous and might share some important information for Dicathan. I said the last word with a serious tone. He glanced at the girls first and again turned to me with a nod. Little one, can you take small Ellie with you and play somewhere? He told Tesha, and I put down Ellie on the ground. Everyone in her shadow. With this said, all my servants went inside Ellie's shadow just in case. Brat, follow me. I ignored how he called me and just followed. He led me towards some protected room with sound isolation spells casted on it. It wasn't necessary since the nearest mana signature was 50 meters away. As we entered the room, I realized it was an interrogation room. At least built such thing in the basement. So what do you wanted to talk about? I have a gut feeling that it really is something serious. I'm already aware that there are negotiations going between 3 races. Virion widened his eyes. Those negotiations should be known only to the high-positioned person in the kingdom. That's right. So, I'm just giving you a suggestion. Get out of this isolation and be more open with negotiations. Adventurers Guild has some beneficial offers for Eleanor. I'm sure you would like to lessen discrimination between 3 races, so think about it and maybe you will also change the mind of your son. Virion seemed to proceed with everything that I just told him. How do you even know all those things? Certainly, how does some boy know all this information? I took out my Black Guild card and showed it to him. He stared at it for some time but then sighed. I won't freak out because this might be the last time my heart could handle. I'm also not against hearing your opinion about this matter. Well, this can make negotiations with other races way easier than already is benefiting for us. Also, since we don't know exactly what we will receive from forming a deal with Guild, I won't go any further than this. I will try to make my son at least listen to Guild's offer. Oh, yeah, some boy just entered their castle and told them to be open with a deal. Are you even listening to me seriously? I'm just a normal kid in your eyes. I asked. Normal my ass. You are the exception. He muttered the first part and then said, well, our parents would be worried since I and Ellie are having really long walk. I wanted to get up and walk away but Virion stopped me. By the way, I wanted to thank you. For what? You see, when Arthur contacted your family, it was with the help of my old friend. She is a special type of deviant, the diviner to be exact, and she can see a glimpse of the future. But this comes with the cost and she spends her own life on this. But after she saw you, she can't use her powers. So thank you, now her condition isn't worsening. He finished his words after a big pause. I see. It would be better if you warn other diviners of your not to see me. I don't think it will end well for them. I then exited the room and went to Ellie. I did what I intended, now I need to wait for Caspian. Chapter 26, Ashborn's POV. Month. That was a time that I thought will take to complete negotiations with 2 countries, but Caspian made a tremendous job and fulfilled the task in 15 days and snatched a lot of benefits for the guild. Now Adventurers Guild can build a few buildings in Eleanor and Darv. Those buildings will serve just for adventurers from those 2 kingdoms. This will continue until all 3 races finally make alliances and unite 3 kingdoms. That was what we planned. Dwarves immediately agreed to our terms after they heard that the guild is ready to use teleporters for trading. Since the kingdom of Darv is located underground, they don't have as many resources and goods as the kingdom of Sapin. Even though Sapin and Darv maintain a symbiotic relationship in the matter of resources. Dwarves themselves will build Adventurers Guild near Beastglade's border and make a tunnel to their underground kingdom. Meanwhile, elves will also build the Adventurers Guild with the support of our resources, of course. With the special permission of King Alduin himself, 100 adventurers are allowed to cross borders between 2 kingdoms. It would be more proficient to build a guild by myself. I have a lot of hard-working ants in my army, but Caspian said that this will serve as a good improvement of the political situation between kingdoms. Also, Caspian became more energetic since I gave him that beast core. He is now on the mid-silver core stage and is close to breaking into the high silver core stage, but this wasn't the only thing that Caspian gained from that beast core. That core was infused with a little amount of my mana. I want Caspian to work on 100% every time. Diseases and injuries may give problems later, I decided, and gave him my blessing, so poisons, diseases, and injuries won't pose a threat. Flashback start. Mr. Ashborn, I want to ask you, what core exactly did you give me? Caspian asked me. I sensed that his core had different colors, so that meant he broke through the next stage, but Caspian is a smart one. He probably noticed that he didn't just get to the next stage. It was Beast Core and High Class 1. I answered calmly. That's understandable since I broke through the Silver Core stage, but I'm feeling way more energized. Besides, while absorbing mana from the core, my mana core cracked a little. I was worried about this, but later core healed itself. I don't think that any Beast Core would have such effect. Caspian said, and I could understand where he was going. Yes, Beast Core was infused with my mana. Now you don't have to worry about serious injuries such as lost limbs because they will regenerate. In addition to that, you now have poison resistance. No, that's an understatement. You have poison nullification and diseases don't pose a threat. The longer I continued talking about my blessing, more surprised Caspian became. I don't know what to say, Mr. Ashborn. But I'm grateful. I will work even harder from now on. Caspian said happily. So how negotiations are going? Flashback end. And now we return to our main subject. Today I have a very important training session with Ellie since she wanted to learn what her bow could do. Brother! I'm ready. Ellie shouted from the second floor of Halstia Manor and soon run down on stairs. Are you prepared? I asked her, at which she nodded. Yes. She gave me a salute. Okay, then we're going. I said and walked towards the doors. Wait, brother, where are you going? Aren't we supposed to go that way, to the backyard? Ellie asked. I shook my head and answered. You wanted real training with a bow, so we are going to a special place. Just don't tell Mother. After flying on hockey for some time, I and Ellie reached Beast Glades without any issues. Whoa, it's so beautiful! Ellie exclaimed when we landed in Beast Glades. It was truly beautiful. The land around was full of flowers and small mana beasts, but this was the only surface of Beast Glades. Some dungeons are also beautiful, but all of them are full of dangerous mana beasts. Unlike surface in dungeons is blood, and a lot of it. I got off from hockey and Ellie did the same. I could see how Ellie's eyes were shining from excitement, so before she could run somewhere, I stopped her. Don't run off somewhere. Don't run off somewhere or soldiers in your shadow will kill everyone. Ellie, take your bow. Ellie did as I said and quickly took a bow in her hand. Since this is your first training, I will just teach you how to control mana arrows so they always reach their target. Most of the archers unfortunately don't have enough knowledge about magic and mana itself. If you plan to become a magic archer, you should know how to form a mana arrow, otherwise, you will be outmatched by any other type of fighter who could use mana arts. Even if magic archers know how to form magic arrows, they can't control it. When arrows are released, they reach a place where they were aimed from the beginning. And right now I'm going to teach Ellie how to change the direction of the arrow in midair. If we are successful enough, then Ellie should be able to control mana arrow however she wants. Ellie, form mana arrow. Ellie nodded and quickly formed a mana arrow that floated in around her hand, but I doubt it would harm anyone since mana wasn't solid enough. As expected of my little sister. For Ellie, it was already incredible that he could manipulate mana on such a level. Now try to launch it at that tree. I said and pointed at the closest tree. Ellie tried. She tried but couldn't launch mana arrow, it was stuck to her hand and didn't move even a little. She tried to launch it with swing, but mana arrow only dissipated. I can't launch it, sighed Ellie after many attempts. Obviously. So what should I do? Ellie asked. Well, you have two options. Either will your mana to go where you want it to go, or just release mana so it goes where you swung your hand. I explained it to Ellie as simply as I could. Okay, I understand, Ellie said and begun her next attempts. I doubt that. Anyway, I had different ways to teach Ellie how to control man arrows. Surprisingly, Ellie really did launch few arrows into a tree but missed them all. Stop! Ellie, if you will continue like this you will exhaust yourself, mana lose. I told her, and she quickly turned to me as if already knowing that I will finally teach her something for real. Okay, use your bow now. Ellie did as I said. She took a stance and pulled mana string towards her. Man arrow formed automatically. Ellie looked at me. Now to try to see how the arrow is formed. Ellie started observing the arrow. She also tried to sense how much mana was in arrow. She should notice how that man arrow was formed. So what can you tell? I asked her a few minutes later. Well, the shape is better than mine, it's formed more accurately and a lot of mana is concentrated on arrowhead. As always, it was an impressive feat for my little sister. You saw how true man arrows should be formed. This is the optimal way to create an arrow that can truly harm something and is easy to control. Try to form same. I said, and Ellie again nodded. This time she understood. She placed her bow on the ground and started forming a man arrow. She started forming a man arrow from head to end. Continue like this, Ellie. Even if you won't fully form man arrow, this way even not fully formed one can play a big role in some occasions since it has a sharp edge already. After fully forming man arrow, in which Ellie used a lot of her mana, she again tried to launch it, but still couldn't. I don't blame her, she is still a kid, what should I expect? Okay, look here, Ellie. She looked at me. Few man arrows floated around my hand. When Ellie saw this, her eyes sparkled. My arrows quickly started flying around me and Ellie at high speed. Do you understand what I'm teaching you, Ellie? I asked. Oh, couldn't you show me that from the start? Ellie shouted. Go and show me results then. I remember explaining everything that I wanted to teach her. Ah, right. Most children like illustrations more than reading actual text. Ellie took a stance for some reason, then she put her hand forward and aimed it at the tree. She held her breath and started forming arrow. In a few seconds, she formed an arrow. But she closed her eyes, and later when she opened her eyes. What? I missed. What did you expect when you closed your eyes? I muttered under my breath, but Ellie heard it. But brother, I can't concentrate without closing my eyes. Since when she couldn't concentrate without closing eyes was a mystery even for me. Don't close your eyes. Maybe next time you will hit the target. Ellie seemed not to like the word maybe. Ellie, again and again, tried to launch man arrow towards the poor tree, but couldn't hit it. In the end, Ellie lay down on the grass from mana exhaustion. Brother, you are supposed to teach me not to torture. Ellie shouted at me, releasing all anger that she held for all this training session. You asked for it. You wanted to learn how to use a bow to launch arrows, but that bow of yours can't control arrows for you. Since your enemy won't wait for you to aim, you need to learn how to hit a moving target easily, and this is the easiest way for you at least. I explained. She looked at me with teary eyes. But that's torture. Battlefield is torture for everyone. Maybe that wasn't a thing that I should say. Fortunately, Ellie didn't bother about it. Okay, try again. I forcibly refilled Ellie's mana pool. She got surprised at the sudden surge of strength. Dash asterisk asterisk 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 dash asterisk asterisk. I did it, brother, I did it. Ellie was running around me happy and satisfied. She did really hit a tree, even if it wasn't enough to somehow damage the real enemy. For a kid, it is a tremendous achievement. So what now? Are we going home? I'm super tired. Asked Ellie while clinging to me. No. I still want you to practice with your bow. I answered. Ellie looked as if her soul left her body. I know, this is too harsh for a kid, but just in case I need to teach her how to protect herself. I thought. So where are we going? Ellie asked after regaining her composure. Where else? Into a dungeon, of course. Chapter 27, Ashborn's POV. The dungeon dive wasn't as pleasant as I thought it would be. Though Ellie was positive from the start since she could test her bow fully. But later I realized that for Ellie it's still early to kill, even if it's a mindless beast. For Ellie, it's still something that is alive. Flashback start. I and Ellie were currently in the low-class dungeon. Mana beasts that looked like rabbits were hopping from place to place trying to reach us. Hockey took a high position so beasts couldn't reach, and Ellie without worry could shoot. Now aim your bow at mana beasts. I told Ellie, who looked at me frightened. Wait! So I will have to shoot at those rabbits? Squeaked Ellie while looking at mana beasts running below us. They are moving targets. Only better for you if you manage to hit them. Later I regretted what I said. But, they are. Ellie looked at mana beasts with sorrow in her eyes. If you think that they are cute, it's nothing like this. They are ready to tear apart your bones and flesh. You still think that they are cute after hearing this? I looked down and looked at the boss of this dungeon. Boss was also a rabbit. It had white fur and red eyes. Ellie was afraid of that certain mana beast because of its red eyes. White rabbits with red eyes, damn, I'm so scared of them. Ellie, if you don't want, we can return home. I already knew that she wasn't ready to kill. But if by small chance she will do it now, later it might be easier for her. No. Ellie's answer surprised me. She took stance on, her legs were shaking and she almost fell off from hockey, but I quickly caught her by the collar. You are shaking. Are you sure you want to do it? I asked and she nodded. Mother and father were always hunting mana beasts, you know. I said, and this seemed to reassure her a little. She got ready, aiming her bow at a certain red ice rabbit. She pulled mana string to her. She closed her eyes and after taking a deep breath she released the string. She still had closed eyes. She waited for something to happen, but fortunately for her, when she opened her eyes nothing was killed. You aren't ready yet. Let's go home, you should be tired. She released a deep sigh and nodded. I made a big mistake. Flashback end. Here I'm now. Sitting outside of Halstia Manor, while Ellie is in her room resting. She is also pretty mad since I almost made her kill something. I'm lucky that she didn't tell Mother. What are you doing here, Ash honey? I heard the voice of my mother from behind. Just resting. I answered shortly. And what happened, young man? Why is Ellie mad at you? Alice asked suddenly. How did she? I got shocked at my mother's intuition. Ellie's training was really hard. I answered while hoping that situation won't get serious. Is that so? But Ellie is still young and she is the girl at that. Don't you agree with me that training is still early for her? I could only agree since behind the soft smile that she wore, I detected malicious intent. I couldn't say no to Ellie. Ray, you and Art are always the same. Come, I made a delicious dinner. Call for Ellie and let's eat. She smiled and showed me a thumbs up. I'm the same as Arthur? No. Not really. Ashborn isn't a masochist, unlike certain someone. I did as I said and went upstairs to get Ellie. She wasn't technically mad at me, but she didn't want to talk to me because I almost forced her to kill a living creature. Ellie is a forgiving girl. I shall be forgiven in no time. Such thoughts flooded my mind. I really didn't want Ellie to be mad at me. I opened the doors of her room and went inside. She was peacefully sleeping. I didn't want to wake her up. Hey, Ellie wakes up, it's time for dinner. I softly shook her and she slowly opened her eyes. Oh! I want to sleep. She closed her eyes again and continued laying on the bed while cuddling to her pillow. You know, Arthur is hunting many animals right now, not just one but a bunch of them. Didn't you say you want to be as strong as us? You can't be hungry if you want to reach our level. Ellie opened her eyes and eyes me suspiciously. Brothers are such monsters. I'm not the best option to console a little kid about something. So you don't want to be as strong as us? Okay. I got up and glanced at Ellie, who was still lying. Eh. Who said that I don't want to be? She shouted and immediately jolted up. Then let's go, little princess. I quickly took Ellie and a Princess Carrie and got out of the room and went to the dining room. You shouldn't strain my body much. I'm still a small beautiful kid growing up. Ellie made a joke, but to me, she really is a cute little sister. I was harsh on her. I have to think about better ways of improving someone's strength. Not everyone is like my successor. Here you guys, come on, today we are having a special day. Mother made her specialty, beef stew. To someone, it might sound dull and boring meal, but for us, it had a special meaning. In our family, we respect food and treasure it, but apparently, beef stew from Mother is something that I, Arthur, Eleanor, and Reynolds really love. Such a shame Art isn't here, said Mother as she heavily sighed. He is in good hands, Jasmine will take care of him. Father immediately reassured Mother. Humph, my brother is strong. He can protect himself. Ellie also jumped into conversations. Also, wanted I to say that he has protection 24/7 from me, but I couldn't just reveal such a thing here. What also? Also he is masochist. I just blurted out these words. I wasn't sure what masochist exactly meant, but what I heard from other people, this title describes him fully. Mr. Ashborn, preparations are finally done. You are free to set up teleportation gates. Caspian told me and I just nodded my head. Caspian, you might step away, for about 10 meters. I told Caspian, at which he complied. For the first time ever, I was going to use the power of fragments. In other words, I will use the power of Supreme Being, which are containers in those fragments, and have ether, which also received its properties to make gates. Normal people or mages, it doesn't matter, since if you have little of my mana you would be able to pass through it. If you don't have it, you won't enter the gate even if you use force. Doesn't matter even if you have the power to destroy the planet. The power of Absolute Being made a lot of things possible. Such as that one. Mana and ether gathered in one place, they concentrated enough to break space itself, and soon cracks in space started spreading. The density of mana was so big that black smoke made completely out of my mana expanded enough to form a 20-meter large gate. I will use ether from now on, since the writing power of Absolute Being or fragments is confusing for a lot of readers. But it still has a difference because the source of ether is fragments. If someone is dumb like me, I will explain it as if fragments giving some properties to an element called ether. And after waiting for some time, gate was fully functional. Caspian, you may try going in. Try without a card first. Caspian with visible gasps put his card on the floor and then approached the gate. Unlike others, Caspian will be able to go through the gate without a card. Since he received my blessing, he already has my mana. Caspian's hand reached out for the gate. He wanted to touch a black barrier that seemed like fog. His hand went right through it, and then he went through it. Incredible! Caspian soon ran out from the gate again and exclaimed, "It's fully functional, I will set up other gates soon enough." I said to him and returned to his office for rest. Human body really can't handle even this much power, huh? I decided to rest for a few minutes and calm down my incomplete black heart, which was working on its 100%. Mr. Ashborn, I thought you would like to have something to eat and drink. I brought this. Caspian's secretary made her way into the office and placed something on my desk. I guess Caspian sent her. Yes, thank you. You may leave. I thanked her for the meal and soon she left the room. A few hours later, the job was successfully done. Teleportation gates were all set up and all of them were connected here to the Xyrus branch. 2 new teleportation gates were located in the building of Xyrus Adventurers Guild. It was time to once again meet with the king. Or just Blaine as I call him. Mr. Lewin, haven't met you for a while. This time he was comfortable around me. Not like I cared about it before, but it feels nice when somebody talks to you without fear. Again, servants and family is an exception. Not much. Caspian already informed me about most of the things. Now I want to share some information about the alliance of 3 races," he said, and we just decided to continue this talk in Caspian's office. As I said, alliance will be made soon, and constructing guilds in Eleanor and Darv made our job easier. Now also evidence of another continent. Soon all 3 races will be united," stated Blaine as if being proud of his work. Then don't forget to make guild participate in political events," I reminded him, at which he nodded. "We are forming Council of Dicathan." Of course, I managed to save a place for the guild's representative. Even the King of Darv supported this decision. "You see, he holds Caspian in high regards," explained Blaine. "Caspian got support from another king? Maybe because of the trading thing? This is good. Now you might want to see new teleportation gates. Follow me, I will show you how it works. After today's work, I wanted to take a little walk, and I will also have company at that." "Oh, yes, of course." Blaine quickly stood up, and soon we left Caspian's office. "By the way, I wanted to ask if there were any problems with not accepting noble status?" Blaine asked. "No, there weren't any." Blaine just nodded. His expression was saying, as expected, "If there are any problems, please inform me. I will take care of it." He told me, and I started thinking about something. I remembered some deities in this world. I mean those Asuras who could influence ether. They might have some decent knowledge about this power. Even if ether received only some properties from fragments, it shouldn't be underestimated. Ether has the power of supreme being. It's okay to be cautious around Asuras. So I will indeed ask something from Blaine in the future. Battle is coming. A big one at that. Chapter 28, 3rd POV. In the big room, a large round table could be seen. 7 people were sitting around this round table discussing important matters. King and Queen of the Kingdom of Sapin, Blaine Gladen, and Priscilla Glader. Leaders of the human country. King and Queen of the Kingdom of Eleanor, Alduin Aerolith, and Muriel Aerolith. Leaders of the elven country. And finally King and Queen of the Kingdom of Darv. Dosset Graysunders and Glodra Graysunders. Leaders of dwarven country. Representatives of 3 races were gathered together to discuss the future of this continent Dicathan. But today was a little special day. It was time when the Council of Dicathan would be finally formed. Unlike future days when only representatives of some political sides will attend, this time few other people could attend also. Such as Virion Aerolith, the most experienced politician from people gathered here and former King of Eleanor. He was allowed to also attend this meeting. But this wasn't the end. Another person should come to the meeting today. The name of that person was Caspian Bladeheart, representative of Adventurers Guild and last member of Council of Dicathan. "We are waiting 20 minutes already," grumbled Male Dwarf. Even though he did hold Caspian in high regard for trading deals, he was still king and didn't like waiting. "Mr. Caspian shall arrive in no time," answered Blaine Glader. He didn't want to make a bad image of Caspian. "We are discussing the future of this continent and he is being late, heh?" Laughed Virion Aerolith, for it was funny, but for others didn't seem to have the same ideas. Just a few seconds later, a small breach was made in space. People in the room went on guard. Especially Virion, who started channeling mana in his body and was ready to enter his beastful phase. "I apologize for my late appearance." After the breach was finally formed, the voice of man rang out in the ears of people. "Oh, Caspian, you are finally here." Blaine, who didn't expect such arrival of Caspian, was surprised. "Once again, I apologize." Caspian right now was confident enough in himself not to kneel before royals. Ashborn himself told him to show people superiority, even to kings. "I guess it took time to form teleportation gates," Blaine said, and Caspian just nodded. This entrance was planned earlier by Ashborn, just to show the council that they aren't on some weak political side. Teleportation gates are thought of as artifacts, but now it was formed by some human. Intriguing and frightening at the same time, especially for those who saw that in person. "Please, take a seat and we will start discussions." Blaine motioned Caspian to sit in a vacant chair. Caspian took a seat, and so the discussion finally began. First of all, I must congratulate all of you. We are the first ones to witness such an amazing act. Finally, 3 races are uniting, exclaimed Blaine. Since we don't want to waste our time in meetings, let's discuss important matters first. Then we might even celebrate if nobody is against it, said Blaine, and everyone agreed with him. As we agreed, an announcement to the public will be held a few months after forming the council. Now I want all of us to think about how we will integrate our different communities into one. Everyone already anticipated such questions. It was the first thought they had after hearing about the alliance. There might be part of people who wouldn't like uniting all 3 races. Serious discrimination couldn't be avoided at this rate. I have a proposal. Caspian raised his hand, gaining the attention of everyone. We are listening. Right now the biggest problem is to get acceptance of all noble houses in 3 kingdoms. I'm sorry to say this, but noble families will be the main reason why discrimination problems might emerge in future. So I propose to integrate the future generation. The younger generation might not take the steps of older ones, so attending one educational facility might make integration a little easier. What Caspian just said was only lessening problems for the future. Since they never hoped to completely avoid discrimination, this idea was one of the best for them. Yes, that can lessen our burden a little. But that's only one side of the coin. Virion voiced his opinion. He was happy. He was already accepting this proposal in his mind. But making a new generation of youngsters attend one academy doesn't mean that discrimination acts won't happen there. Not sure about this, but I think educational facilities should provide protection to its students. So making strongest young mages of 3 races to protect students might have a greater effect. Caspian's mind was working so fast that it puzzled the whole council. One man fixed one of their biggest problems in a few minutes. That's an option. We can integrate our societies slowly if nobody agrees to the dash. Before Caspian could continue, he got interrupted. No. We were thinking of bigger measures to fix the situation, but your idea is the easiest and best way to fix the discrimination problem. Alduin, who was now against discrimination between 3 races, praised Caspian. Meeting with Arthur changed his perspective about humans. But that's only in younger generations. Well, for avoiding discrimination to the public eye and to show that we are absolutely against discrimination, we can establish gendarmeries to monitor cities. Now, this confused others, since they didn't know what Caspian meant. To explain it easier, think of it as a military organization among citizens with law reinforcements. Everyone knew it was visible that they were still confused. Gendarmeries will monitor cities to ensure the safety of citizens, and not only that. Citizens will work as gendarmeries and monitor law for payment. Of course, they will have to pass special training and swear upon their lives that they will protect the law. That was a little thing that Caspian made up in his mind just in a few seconds. Serious matters such as military organization need more serious documentation, but this was only a light discussion. Only ideas were proposed, and the actual job was done later. Haha, why did you even form a council of 6 people if only 1 was needed? Virion cracked a joke which made everyone chuckle. But Ashborn Laywin still had an expressionless face, while watching everything through his shadow soldier. For him, it didn't matter what they would do to fix light problems. He wanted to hear something more important, where his intervention would be needed. When Ashborn wanted to leave everything as it is, he heard something that piqued his interest. Mr. Caspian, what we are going to reveal now is a military secret and shouldn't be told to anyone. That was what Blaine said. I understand. I swear upon my name and life anything heard and seen won't leave this room. With this said, Blaine nodded and took out 2 small boxes that he had with him all the time. All the leaders had serious expressions on their faces. Those are artifacts, passed down from generation to generation. Actually, they are what makes silver core stage mages reach the white core stage, said Blaine, and startled Caspian. Ashborn lost his interest immediately. Artifacts were something that had enough mana in it to make silver core mage reach the white core. Also, it had a curse on it, even though it was hidden well, and the curse itself was high class. Its functions were done there, it couldn't do anything more. Artifact absorbs ambient mana and later transfers all of it to the user, making his core evolve at a high pace. Only silver core mages are chosen to wear it because they are perfect for rings. They can endure sudden breakthroughs while also adapting to usage later on. Concluded Ashborn. Ashborn realized artifacts were given to 3 races by Azuris. Why they give artifacts to humans, elves, and dwarves was something that Ashborn couldn't understand. To ensure survival? As I remember, the continent before was swarmed by mana beasts. Maybe later when 3 race wars were going on? The more Ashborn thought about this, the more this played on his nerves. Also, in addition to that, they even added a curse on artifact, making its users serve their leaders. Weren't those Azuris genocidal maniacs? Wondered Ashborn. By that time the council finished discussing artifacts. Council decided to give artifacts to the best mages of the continent. The 3-race tournament was just a facade for that. While mages were battling, country leaders were picking the strongest ones from them for artifacts. Such a shame Mr. Ashborn didn't participate. Muttered Blaine. He did want to somehow take Ashborn under his control, but his sweet dreams were immediately destroyed when Ashborn showed how he could create teleportation gates. When Virion heard the name Ashborn, he tensed up. He leaned towards Blaine a little. Mr. Ashborn had important matters to attend. Either way, for others it would be total humiliation. This way the tournament would be entertaining at all. Caspian also concluded why the tournament was organized, but he also knew that artifact won't be able to affect Ashborn anyway, so he wouldn't be against Ashborn participating. He also wanted to entertain himself. By the way, Caspian, on what stage is Mr. Ashborn? Suddenly Blaine asked Caspian. I'm already a high silver stage core mage and I'm still not able to sense his core. So it's for you to think about it. This sentence has 2 meanings, but of course, everybody would think that Ashborn has a white core. Without the help of artifact? Dwarf King shouted from shock. Yes, I'm sure Mr. Ashborn achieved everything without artifacts. I also think the same way. Blaine supported Caspian. In his eyes, Ashborn was still from a not-so-wealthy family. So he was sure before his first meeting with him, Ashborn achieved his strength by himself. Ha ha ha! Virion, to everyone's surprise, started laughing. I know it's that brat. I'm 100% sure now. Virion was grinning. Anything funny you can share with us, Elder Virion? Muriel asked his father-in-law. I remembered a certain monster brat. Virion told them, and both Alduin and Muriel got surprised at that. They remembered what Virion called Arthur. Wait, you don't mean Arthur Alduin got interrupted by his father. No, his brother. Virion answered. Alduin and Muriel already knew about Ashborn. They haven't met face to face, but both Virion and Tesha already told them about him. Wait, isn't he? Alduin shut himself because he met with Caspian's gaze. Don't judge a book by its cover. Caspian only said this and got up. Excellent saying. Now, the first council meeting is finished. We should prepare everything. Caspian, can we trust you to prepare the necessary documentation for gendarmerie? While we will support with physical labor if needed, of course? Blaine asked Caspian. Of course, I might have to free up my schedule a little. But it won't pose much of a problem. Caspian reassured Blaine, and with this said, teleportation gate opened again and Caspian went through it. Ashborn's POV. How was the meeting? I asked Caspian. Even though you already knew. Everything is going well. They seem to trust me more than I anticipated. Especially after my entrance. Caspian chuckled in the end. With this, we stood our ground. In their eyes now you have someone strong by your side. That's what we want to know? I asked and he nodded. What do you think about artifacts? Great weapon. To be honest, I have never thought that this was how mages achieved white core stage. Said Caspian. Artifact just automatically injects mana in user, forcibly making them break through stages. Even if the results are great, the future potential of the mage is fully stopped. Of course, Just by himself, user of artifact won't be able to get stronger. But with the help of Ashborn, she might have great strength in the future. If they will become his shadow servants, their overall strength will skyrocket. Also Caspian, next time I won't be here. So also notify council to stop some activities in Beast Glades if they have anything planned. You might even ask for Beast Glades now. I said and got up from my seat. Oh, Mr. Ashborn is planning something? Caspian asked eagerly. I'm starting to increase the count of my army. Chapter 29, so you. Ashborn started pointing at 3 shadow soldiers in front of him. Baru, Silrit, and Yuto were the strongest soldiers in Ashborn's army, currently. Baru, you are taking ants under your command. You have my permission to command them all however you want. Ash told Baru, who kneeled and lowered his head. I will never forget your kindness. I will work harder and dedicate whole myself for you, my liege. I shall not disappoint you. Baru lowered his head so much that it was already underground. Rise up. Baru immediately got up straight and looked ahead. Ashborn just walked up to him and patted Ant's shoulder. My liege, just patted my shoulder. Baru was on the verge of crying from happiness, but he couldn't display such feelings in front of his liege. Ashborn could anyway feel what his soldiers felt. I mean Yuto and Silrit. Split the rest of the soldiers and take them under your command. With this said, Ashborn split groups of soldiers who were ready to finally dive into a dungeon. Yuto, Silrit. You both will be leading soldiers into deeper dungeons where adventurers don't even dare to dive. Ashborn said, and 2 nodded. There is only one mission bestowed upon you. Kill everything on your way. Shouted Ashborn, and the morale of soldiers was raised up. And now for you, Baru. You will be helping me with important things. Ashborn's POV. My liege, what materials should we use for the interior? Baru approached me. Yes, I tasked Baru and Ents to build a castle for me. A place where their liege can rest, and participation in its construction is the greatest honor they can receive. At the same time, that was my way to keep Baru away from the dungeon. Since Baru will destroy anything, even the dungeon itself, it will be best to keep him away from there. Use. The wood, I guess. I wasn't knowledgeable when it comes to constructing grand buildings. It shall be done, my liege. Baru immediately flew towards nearby woods. I could already see how the fundament of castle was formed. The fundament itself was already enormous. It surely will be noticeable in Beast Glades. I hope adventurers won't take this as some dungeon break. Certainly, if adventurers will try fighting Baru's forces, I'm sure Baru would just kill them. My king, we fully finished clearing the first dungeon. Silrit telepathically informed me. I just sighed. They found the dungeon and cleared it in under 5 hours. At this progress, my army in few days might reach already count of 10,000. I dived into my shadow and emerged behind Silrit. What I saw impressed me. Corpses weren't just lying around who knows where. All beast corpses were divided into groups, and certain groups had a certain amount of magical energy emitting from them. The exact reason why Silrit did this was unknown to me. Maybe he did this to show me that some of them might be useless? No, every soldier in my army is a comrade to others, and all of them do their duties as needed. Anyway. Arise, I called upon souls of the dead monsters. They without resistance emerged in forms of shadows and merged with mine. Good job. You may commence your dive into the next dungeon, while I should get back and keep an eye on Baru. Just when I wanted to return, I sensed a big amount of mana in the same place where Arthur was. I quickly used my soldier's vision to see where exactly was Arthur. My liege, your brother is in danger. Baru also seemed to felt it, since all soldiers are connected to each other. Don't lift a finger yet. I watched how one person, who Arthur teamed up, was dead. Only skeleton and some flesh remained from him. Despite this, Arthur remained calm. He just averted his gaze and took something that was lying on the ground. Let's see what you will do now, Arthur. The dungeon where he was right now wasn't a dungeon in which you can get out without a fight. Either way, you have to kill the dungeon boss or die. The worms they were fighting right now are just small fries, real dungeon boss was still well hidden. Also, the small girl that was in a group with Arthur. Why even letting her be adventurer? She clearly hates blood. This was what I thought about girl. Jasmine also looked calm like Arthur. Another worm attacked the group. Arthur and Jasmine defended, but this couldn't be said for others. If Arthur didn't save the blonde-haired boy, he would already be dead. The same could be said about a little girl who got saved by a teammate, not without cost though. Man who saved girl lost arm. Adventurers? What circus is this? Does Caspian set low requirements? If every other dive in a dungeon made by AA-class adventurers are on this level, even if the boss is S-class, then I have bad news for Caspian. My liege, shall I enter? Baru asked me. No, just continue what you were doing. If something happens I will intervene. I told, at which he complied and continued his job. Arthur's group decided to continue their dive. Because apparently, this is the last dungeon dive for someone, and he thinks he will manage. I highly doubted that this dungeon dive would be successful. They entered some kind of cave with a lot of green. A lot of trees, grass, and flowers were there, making the group think that it was probably a safe one. Exactly like I predicted, some of them wanted to take a rest there. Clara? Is that really you? Someone in Arthur's group shouted towards the mist. Oh, so those who are affected by mist have hallucinations? Since I wasn't there and my shadows like me have immunity to any illusions, it didn't work on me. As expected, man in Arthur's group ran off and disappeared in mist later. Third POV. Mist is limiting our sight, thought Arthur. Jasmine, do you have any spells that can clear this mist? Arthur turned to his partner and asked. Not strong enough to clear it all away, but I can make a path. She responded, lowering her gaze. Group made enough space for Jasmine, soon she started preparing spell. A green hue that surrounded her started swirling in her hands. Her black hair chaotically lashed around her. Clear my enemies from my path with an ever-raging howl. Jasmine finished chanting her spell. Storm's Gale. Her two hands with greenish hue swirling previously clapped, and a tornado was released from them. Group's path was finally clear, but their excitement after seeing Jasmine's spell quickly died down. Their faces paled after they saw some vines extending towards them. Enough of this! Shouted Lucas after pushing Jasmine out of his way. Crescent Ember! He shouted, the tip of his staff glowed yellow, and moments later fire expanded from it like a blade. But his fire wasn't enough to stop vines, they only flinched back after receiving some damage and quickly regrew. Shit, what kind of trees aren't afraid of fire? Hissed man named Brawled, and charged at Vine while swinging his broadsword. Samantha, Elijah, Lucas. Support us. Arthur barked, while augmented himself with mana and charging. Group maintained some kind of formation until Reginald was caught in vines and couldn't escape from it. Arthur managed to save Reginald in time. Lucas then used a fire spell, not strong but was created to spread quickly. Flammable liquid fired by Lucas didn't bring results, and his face paled after he saw that vines weren't damaged. Meanwhile, Elijah, who was casting his spell, finally finished, and ground under vines crumbled. The deep crater formed, keeping vines away from the approaching group. The mist that was previously surrounding the group started sucking into vines. This cleared a limited view of the group, however. After finally seeing what was beyond this mist, the group paled even more. Colossal mana beast formed with only vines. IIVE read about a monster that looked something like this. Samantha, the second female mage in the group, stuttered. I think that's an S-class mana beast Elderwood Guardian, exclaimed Samantha. This shocked everyone, especially when Reginald pointed to Kryal, who was in the center of the mana beast's body. Veteran adventurers already lost all hopes of survival. Reginald regained his manliness after Elijah cast some spell, took his hammer, and charged at Elderwood Guardian while shouting, Go back to the damn hole you crawled out from. You oversized tree. Impact barrage. shouted Reginald. His attacks couldn't damage the beast much. Soon vines wrapped around Reginald and started twisting his bones. Samantha launched her spell, and later couldn't even move normally. Arthur quickly made up his mind and after grabbing Samantha quickly shouted to Jasmine. Jasmine! Go grab Brauld and let's run. Elijah, Lucas, you have to try and block incoming attacks until we can make it out from here. Arthur enhanced himself with mana but before he could move. Lucas, who was supposed to aim at the beast, aimed his staff at Arthur's chest. Staff's tip glowed with yellow, but before the spell could be cast fully, the person appeared next to Arthur. A person broke Lucas's staff into half and aimed staff with a crystal at Lucas. Lucas's spell hit his own caster and Lucas flew in opposite direction from Arthur. Wah! Everyone got shocked at the sudden development. Ashborn's POV. Before that lowly humanoid creature could attack my brother, I appeared there and reflected his attack. Wah! Arthur, who got shocked at my appearance, almost shouted, but when he saw me sighed in relief. Arthur, are you a no you aren't? Just lay down and rest, I'll take care of everything. I told him, at which he shook his head. Take everyone out from here, I'll kill the beast. Arthur denied me. I said lay down and rest. I said to him more seriously. He immediately sat down. And you there? Don't move. I now said this to a blonde-haired boy who was trying to escape. He immediately froze. Now that big monster right there. Today you have the worst opponent you could ever face. I never like to talk too much in battles, but maybe I was just not myself? I was angry, that was clear. I conjured my black sword and charged at the monster. Adventurer's corpse that monster used to form his own body, I quickly slashed it, making a previous humanoid form of the beast change. Now where's your core? From distance, it was hard to sense the core of this beast since its mana was close to nature. Found it. When I sensed beast core, I again slashed, so that I couldn't really damage the core itself. A big cut appeared on the beast and this was enough to see the core. Ruler's authority. I pulled green beast core towards me and all vines dropped on the ground like dead corpses. It's corrupted? Useless. I destroyed beast core after sensing that it had 2 different manas there. For selling it was useless, while I didn't need such a shadow soldier. Arthur, how are you feeling? I approached the group. Blonde-haired boy meanwhile was in the same frozen pose when I commanded him. Mother's healing spell really did save me, hee hee. Despite being in not the best condition, he was still laughing. So he didn't need healing, unlike others. Then you don't need healing. I moved away from him. I could hear how imaginary lighting hit Arthur's heart. Now about you. I started approaching blonde-haired scum. He looked around to see me, but again without him even noticing, I appeared right behind him. This startled him, but he was too prideful to back down like this. He swung staff, aiming at my head. Just how stupid is this human? I thought, and cut off his arm. He swung at me. Ah, HHHH. He clutched on his knees and started screaming. Blood was coming out like a fountain. Are you going to kill me? My family will hunt you down. My brother is the strongest mage on Dicathan. He shouted at me. His facial expression was ugly. Tears were falling down from his eyes. You attacked my brother trying to use him as bait. He would have died. Now I shall repay your brother with the same. With the same emotionless voice, I said to him. Wait. Don't, please. I think I have a better way. You nobles are power-hungry ones. Definitely, you want strength. To humiliate you, I will kill you by your own strength. I kicked him, turning him over and showing his belly to me. I held my palm on his belly, right above his mana core. With this, I started transferring my own mana into his core. A large amount of it at that. His mana core started evolving / breaking through stages at rapid pace. No! Stop it! The blonde-haired boy probably felt the most unbearable pain in his whole life. His flesh started burning, his body started expanding like a balloon. Ah! After the last scream escaped his mouth, he exploded. Literally. Where is his head? I looked around and soon found his head still in somewhat normal condition. I wanted to give it as a present to his family, they at least need something to bury. What did you just dash? Other group of people looked at me petrified. I just approached them quietly without saying anything. Jasmine, are you feeling alright? Aside from exhaustion, Jasmine looked completely fine. Yes. She nodded. I then walked towards the girl, who Arthur carried. I placed my hand about her, I started healing her, soon all wounds on girl disappeared as if they weren't there before. Now you. It wasn't pleasant people who I didn't know, but I'm changing my principles. I approached a black-haired boy and just when I placed my hand on his forehead, I caught him by the neck and stood above him. I removed my hand and placed my leg on his neck. Who are you? Chapter 30, Who are you? Ashborn, who was pressing his leg on Elijah's neck, asked. Elijah couldn't speak, he just stared at the person who was holding him. He was terrified. Ashborn's eyes, even if not having emotions in them, gave off the feeling of death. I will ask again, who are you? Ashborn repeated his question again, but it felt like he wasn't asking Elijah. Ashborn wasn't looking at the young dwarf's face, but his chest, at the location of heart to be exact. Elijah. Only his name escaped from Elijah's mouth. He couldn't continue speaking with his throat being pressed down. Ashborn flickered his eyes from Elijah's chest to his face, then again he looked at his chest. I see. Though Ashborn conjured his sword again. Arthur, who was silent until now, yelled out when he saw the sword. Ash! He isn't an enemy, stop. Ashborn still finished conjuring his sword. Without any care to his surroundings, Ashborn held his sword over the chest of Elijah. Sharp edge of the sword was pointed directly at the heart, which was beating at a fast pace. Elijah looked even more terrified. He tried to grab the sword and change its direction. Hey, I said he isn't an enemy. What's wrong with you? Arthur yelled on top of his lungs. But when he saw that there wasn't any way to stop his brother from talking, he started entering his beast will. Gold runes started spreading in his hands, and even under his eyes too. Sylvia's will granted Arthur the ability to get out of time and space's reach. Color of the world around Arthur changed. Arthur felt a big amount of pain in his chest, but he had to save Elijah now. He didn't know him much, but right now in his eyes his brother is killing innocent. He walked towards Ashborn and Elijah. He could see how close the sword was already to rip through flesh. He looked at Ashborn for a second, but what he saw shocked him even more. Ashborn's eyes were staring at him, piercing his soul itself. Nonetheless, Arthur has seen enough surprises from his brother already. So he moved Ashborn's legs away from Elijah's neck. What the hell is with this? Does he weigh a fucking ton? Arthur yelled in his mind. He barely managed to even move Ash's legs away. He then carefully dragged away Elijah from there. And finally he deactivated his beast will. Colors shifted back again to normal, and everything started moving. I get Zawarudo vibes. Arthur, you aren't in condition to use your beast will. Ashborn started calmly and started walking towards them. I can't let you kill innocent people, said Arthur, and prepared to use his beast will again. But his limits were already reached, and he wasn't in condition to surpass them. Ruler's authority. Ashborn's mana froze Arthur and Elijah in one place. While other people were watching this whole scene, they still couldn't do anything. I can't move. Arthur tried to move and drag the already unconscious Elijah away. Without wasting time, Ashborn quickly appeared next to them. He again pointed his sword at Elijah's heart, and with thrust, it went through flesh, in the end reaching heart. 1, 2, 3 inch. When Ashborn counted to 3, he took out his sword from Elijah's chest. Loads of blood didn't follow, even though Ash clearly cut to the heart itself. It could be seen that Elijah's clothes were cut, but beyond them nothing could be seen yet. just when everybody thought that he was dead. Already cut flesh started again reforming its place. Elijah's POV. Ugh. I groaned and woke up. When did I fall asshole? I suddenly remembered that someone was about to kill me in the dungeon. Should I be dead? Was this all just a dream? I wondered and looked around. I was in an unfamiliar place for sure. I was lying too comfortably. I looked down, and actually, I was lying on a bed conjured from the earth. So you are finally awake, huh? This voice, don't tell me? I looked at the person, and my memories again flooded my mind. It was the same person who actually killed me. Or wait. I'm not dead. Excuse me, shouldn't I be dead? I asked nervously. You were dead. What? I was dead. Is this hell? No, I didn't want to be in hell. For a few seconds only. He added soon. Nanny TF? Since when are people alive after death? I think he was just joking. Your heart clearly wasn't functional for 3 seconds. Brain was still alive, so before it completely died I healed your heart again. You can say you were dead. Oh, I see. Wait! Why am I in the room with my killer? Calm down, I'll explain your situation. Remove this expression, it's weird and uncomfortable. He told me. You! How can I calm down after being killed? Besides, you really did stab me when I was unconscious. I'll explain it, so even an idiot understands. You had 2 souls occupying your body. He just insulted me, didn't he? I asked myself, but mainly. I had 2 souls occupying my body. Is this even possible? Then why didn't I feel anything strange? I don't remember me having 2 personalities. The second soul was trying to take over you. So I helped out a little. He told me and I still don't understand why. Did you have to stab my heart? It was the easiest way. He nonchalantly replied. Easiest. So there was a harder one, but probably not so frightening and painful. Well, considering that I'm alive and that he actually healed my heart, do I have a choice of not believing in him? He can kill me on the spot. Elijah, calm down, he won't eat you. I encouraged myself. Your teammates are resting here. Oh, I wasn't able to see them because I wasn't wearing my glasses. Ashborn's POV. After I exited the room where Arthur's group rested, I decided to walk towards Caspian's office. Why I saved boy. 2 souls in 1 body. What would you think when you first saw such a thing? In a normal person at that. His soul wasn't strong nor was it old. The second soul that I destroyed was totally filled with rage, hate, and malice. But what intrigued me more was who actually did that. Why were there 2 souls in 1 body? Did someone deliberately put that soul into someone? If someone was able to pull that off, he is proficient in influencing souls. So maybe Arthur is also the same? No, unlike this one, his soul is completely merged with one of a child. There weren't any issues with Arthur. Wish I was the same. Now on to the main subject. I have a serious talk with Caspian. I approached the door to Caspian's office. I could already hear someone ranting inside this room. Caspian, I have serious matters to discuss with you, I said as I opened the door. Who interrupted? Get the fuck out of the room, I'm already here. Another person who was in this room shouted at me. Judging from his appearance, he is noble. I thought and looked at the man. I said, get the fuck out of the room before killed you here. He shouted again. Caspian, make Blaine summon the Wykes family here in the guild. I told him. How to dash I ignored another shout from a noble and looked at Caspian. Caspian awkwardly smiled and pointed at the angry man. I got what he meant and turned my attention to Noble again. He was clearly frustrated. So you are Wykes, right? That was only what I could come up with. He was Wykes, right? Hey, you little shitty commoner. I'm repeating it for the 3rd time. Get the fuck out. He started approaching me. It's rude to talk to someone who is giving you a gift like this, I said, and he flinched back. I took out Lucas's head from the shadows and threw it at his legs. He looked down to see what I dropped there, and when he finally saw what it was, his eyes widened from shock. Caspian was actually the same. He was shocked. More because I had the head of Lucas. He already knew that Lucas was dead. Do you all have a death wish? I'm going to end your fucking lives today, just fucking wait. I will make King himself make Guild my property, then I'll finally fire you. And then I'll kill you. He yelled and pointed a finger at me. This wasn't the reaction that I expected from younger scum's relative. Even when a family member is dead, probably was killed. Instead, you still seek profits. This isn't a family act. This is what humanity's greatest scum would do. I admit that this person here is worse than younger scum. The boy had at least a goal of survival in mind, while this is completely different. This is whole another level. Unfortunately, Mr. Wykes, the guild isn't under the royal family's jurisdiction. In other words, your efforts would still be futile. Caspian said in a calm demeanor. He wasn't fazed at all. Ha! If that ever stopped me. He started laughing. Your family member died today, aren't you sad? I had to ask this person this question. TCH, he was just son from that B***TCH elf. He didn't have shame. He was talking about family like this. Are all Wykes like this? You don't deserve to live even more than Lucas. He turned his back on the family. Unacceptable. In the next second, scum of humanity was lying on the floor dead, but this wasn't the end for him. I placed him in my territory of death. His soul will be suffering from constant illusions of being eaten by ants, alive. Was it necessary to kill him? Caspian asked me. I decided it was. I replied. Are you also going to kill other Wykes? Their first heir is selected to be human Lance. If I decide so. I replied with the same answer. If I decide, I will wipe out the whole Wykes noble house right now. Also, I wanted to ask if you saved the Elderwood Guardian Corps? It may come handy in the future to increase our friendly relationship with Eleanor. Caspian asked, and I shook my hand. It was corrupted. I destroyed it. It would only bring harm anyway, I said, and sat on a nearby couch. What to do with the corpse? Caspian asked, looking at the dead body. I just snapped my hand and purple flame engulfed the corpse, turning it immediately into scorch. No comments, said Caspian. He was rather calm for humans. Maybe affection for my blessing? Also, don't forget to tell the council that other continents have already stepped on this one. Now this made Caspian's calm expression disappear. I will do this immediately. Anything else I should also include with that? Beasts in the dungeons will start mutating. It will be better to just block tunnels and nobody enters in it. I may take care of it later, I said, and he nodded. He walked to the exit, and before he left the office, he again turned to me. By the way, is Castle and Beast Glades territory you're doing, Mr. Ashborn? Chapter 31, Ashborn's POV. So you are taking him with us? I asked Arthur. Apparently, Arthur decided to take Elijah to Helstia Manor. Since Elijah didn't have an actual place to stay, we will home him for some time. Think of it as repaying your debt. Arthur, I saved a boy's body from getting corrupted. He owes me his own life. Jasmine, what about you? I turned to a black-haired woman. I'll stay at the manor for a day. Then I'll reunite with Twin Horns. She casually replied. By the way, I wanted to purchase another dimensional ring, but I don't have enough finances. Arthur brought up and looked at me with pleading eyes. If you think that I have money for you, you are dead wrong. All my money was placed in Ellie's bank. There were quite a lot of banks actually in Sapin. Illegals and legals, few of them being licensed by the royal family itself, and being a doting brother, I couldn't not prepare the future finances of Ellie. Ah, damn. This ring can't even store much, grumbled Arthur and looked down. Asterisk I asterisk here, take this. I quickly created a storage ring with almost the same functions. It doesn't have a limit of how much it can store, or how big it can store. Unlike Arthur's storage ring, which shrinks objects and stores them in small crystals. This doesn't shrink objects but immediately transfers them to different space. In our case to my shadow. Wow, wait, you don't have a storage ring on hand, where did this come from? Of course Arthur, I created it from my mana, I don't need a storage ring for this. Does it satisfy your tastes? I asked Arthur. The design of the ring was almost the same as the previous, just colors were black. Only the crystal was dark purple. It looks great. Thank you, big bro. He thanked me with a cheeky grin. I guess I have to repay the debt. This is the last time. I replied. If you were trying to look funny, you are also dead wrong. I at least tried. Are they always like this? I heard Elijah asking Jasmine, who just shook her head. By the way, do you think Ellie needs a present? Arthur suddenly asked me. Sorry Arthur, but you are doing solo from now on. I don't know. I answered and quickened my pace. We were already in Xyrus, so we decided to take a walk instead of taking a carriage. Besides, I can always teleport if I don't want to walk. We were passing by many shops and buildings until we could see Helstia Manor. I can already see Ellie standing in front of it waiting for us. Ellie sure missed you too, I said to Arthur. He just smiled wryly. You guys have a sister? Elijah asked us both. Don't try something funny. Arthur glared at Elijah. I should have killed you. If you touch Ellie, next time I'll aim for the head. I also did the same as Arthur, making Elijah squeak in fear. What do you take me for? Elijah shouted at us. He looked embarrassed and scared at the same time. He doesn't realize that I'm not joking, right? I wondered. Brother! Ellie shouted as we approached the manor. She ran down the stairs and soon got closer to us. First, she ran up to me and hugged me with a jump. She glanced at jealous Arthur and stuck out her tongue. I'm so proud of you, Ellie. I thought in my mind. Ellie then released me and approached Arthur, who already spread arms. Ellie did the most painful thing for a man. She got close to Arthur and with her right leg, she kicked Arthur's B. Arthur from pain widened his eyes and bent 90 degrees front. Ellie hugged Arthur, wrapping her hand around Arthur's neck. Ellie, you surpassed my expectations. I praised her. You think you shouldn't lower your head for what you did? You expect me to jump? Ellie in a queen-like manner asked. Elewhy? Few words escaped Arthur's mouth. Sorry. I was told it was a good way to lower someone's head. Ellie laughed a little and winked at me. Obviously, this didn't escape Arthur's eyes and he started muttering some curses towards me. Well, look who we have here. Our attention shifted towards a new voice. Father was standing with Mother looking at us with his usual grin. Mother had a relieved smile, because Arthur came back in one piece. Not really. Dad, help me. What's with that look? Don't tell me Ellie Kikyo Father wanted to also tease Arthur, but Mother widened her eyes and screamed at the girl. Ellie! This is not what I taught you. Ellie's previous lively eyes turned gloomy when she heard Mother, and since I was the one to teach her that move, I'm also in a bad predicament. What are you doing outside? Ash, Art, Jazz and Elijah Knight, or just call me Elijah. Elijah answered Father. Well then, Elijah. Let's go inside. Father said eagerly, and everyone forgot about the previous situation. We went inside and then had a great dinner. Both Helstias and our family agreed to have Elijah here. They were also quite surprised to hear that Elijah was an A-class adventurer. Anyway, why doesn't Elijah enter Xyrus Academy with Arthur? I'm not against sponsoring such a proficient mage. Vincent said as he pushed his glasses back and lenses glowed white while doing this. I'm sure they would take Elijah even without any sponsors. Said Tabitha, and she was right. Xyrus Academy. I mean, that old woman would surely want to take a young A-class adventurer as a student. Elijah entering Xyrus Academy will be beneficial for both the academy itself and the country. Wait, I'm the representative of Darv in the guild. I don't think I'm permitted to enter Xyrus Academy. Elijah stuttered and Vincent laughed. Haha, don't worry about this. I got a piece of information that will surprise any Odash. Before Vincent could finish, I interrupted. 3 races are uniting. Alliance is already signed by the leaders. Now everyone is permitted to travel, learn, trade in 3 countries freely, without massive limitations despite being from different races. I said and surprised everyone. S-class adventurer, huh? Arthur smirked. He realized that I'm involved not only in adventuring but in politics too. From where do you know this information? Vincent cried out because I ruined his cool moment, I suppose. You shall not underestimate the influence that an S-class adventurer has. S-class. Only this had an influence on the minds of normal people, but in my case, its influence on the whole Dicathan. Actually, I'm not that surprised. Considering when you awaken, this is just a child's game. Joked Vincent and earned chuckles from everyone. Elijah also tried to seem to have fun, but he felt awkward. It was clear for everyone. Hey, Elijah, what about you? Why did you become an adventurer? My father changed the topic. And here goes a whole lot of stories about how Elijah became an adventurer. His stories even made father jealous. No doubt father had the strength of an AA-class adventurer with the beast will that I gave him, maybe even higher. But he was just a B-class adventurer in his former days and couldn't break through the orange stage for years. So he was of course jealous of Elijah. Ellie, soon you have a birthday. At my words, Ellie's eyes sparkled, but the room became tense. Me, Arthur and F.A., it would be right to call him Reynolds now, were glaring at each other in a challenging manner. This was the only battle where I had an actual challenge. 2 others were my rivals. Ellie meanwhile didn't mind and started counting something on her fingers. I bet she is counting her presents. I'm sure this was what the other 2 thought at that moment. After dinner we all went to our rooms. Arthur, being the one who brought guests, had to share part of his space. So Elijah slept on half of his bed while separating themselves with pillows. After a not-so-pleasant night, in which I wasn't tired, so I just couldn't sleep. I already got up and got to the Adventurers Guild to meet Caspian. Good morning, Mr. Ashborn. Caspian greeted me and I did the same. Good morning, I replied. Are you perhaps coming to the council meeting? Caspian asked and I shook my head. I had no interest in attending council whatsoever because Caspian did everything there for me. While other leaders could propose some ideas, Caspian did most of the work because he was changing a lot of things. He had a very original approach, but this couldn't be said for others. They haven't even thought about cultural differences between their countries, so Caspian fixed the problem for them by proposing the idea of changing the whole law system. No, I shall just see Byron Wykes myself. I will leave immediately after doing so, I told Caspian. Yes, it would be better if he was killed before becoming a lance or their reputation would go down. Caspian shared his thoughts even though I wasn't going to kill Wykes without hearing him out first. I'm just eliminating future nuisance, that is. I shall meet him first, I explained and he nodded. Then we shall go there first. Blaine will already be there with his 2 lances. While the guild needs it too. Caspian jokes, but couldn't make me laugh. So he just shook the idea of making me laugh. Third POV. Blaine Glader and Priscilla Glader. King and Queen of Kingdom Sapin, now already members of Council of Dicathan, were with their 2 lances. Vari Ori. Female white-haired mage, who was selected as one of the 2 lances that represent the Kingdom of Sapin. I sent for that Vari, so deal with it. I mean white-haired. The second was male mage Byron Wykes. He had the same blonde hair, just like damned Lucas, but it couldn't be denied that he was one of the strongest mages on Dicathan. Even if he is behind Vari in terms of strength. Both of them now stand behind their leaders, while the other two were seated around a round table. Two mages didn't have weapons with them. So when a crack in space appeared and formed a teleportation gate, two mages conjured two weapons of their specialty. Another fancy appearance, Caspian? I see, haha. Laughed Blaine, and Caspian came through gates with an unexpected guest. Oh, and Mr. Ashborn too. When Blaine took notice of Ashborn, he immediately addressed him formally. Most of you here might not know. Well, you probably don't know. This is S-Class Adventure Dash. He turned to introduce Ashborn to her wife and other people in the room, but he saw them looking down. Vari, Byron, and Priscilla, being better mages than Blaine, could feel pressure emitted by Ashborn better. Ashborn Leywin. Blaine finished introducing after big stop, and just sighed from seeing this scene. Mr. Ashborn, any special reason for your appearance? Blaine asked Ashborn, which nodded in confirmation. Blaine, arrange a private room, I want to talk. Also, take this blonde mage with you. Ashborn stated, addressing the King of Sapin like this at least made it clear that Blaine and Ashborn were already acquainted. Oh, nothing is to arrange. There is a room with an isolation charm on it, said Blaine, and pointed at some door in the room. Ashborn just walked towards the room. Blaine also got up and followed Ashborn. He motioned Byron to follow him, and he did as was asked. They entered an isolated room and found two seats quickly. Ashborn and Blaine sat in front of each other, while Byron stood beside Blaine. Byron Wykes, am I wrong? Ashborn addressed Byron, who looked up at him and just nodded. I have a question for you. What would you do if your relative is killed? Ashborn asked Byron and stared right into his eyes. Byron also looked at the soul-piercing gaze for a few seconds in fear. Later he just looked down again and stuttered. I will avenge, Byron stuttered, and this was enough for Ashborn to hear. I heard what I wanted, said Ashborn, and stood up. In case, I would do the same. So, I'm satisfied with your answer for now. Unlike your relatives, you don't seem like someone who needs to use their names for protection, so you are given a second chance. Keep in mind that if you touch my family, I will wipe out the whole house of Wykes. Ashborn's voice rang out. Ashborn, who previously stood at his chair, stood next to Byron. I couldn't see his movements. I couldn't sense the mana either. Byron screamed in his mind. In the next moment, Ashborn disappeared from the place completely without a trace. Even then Byron felt hatred for Ashborn for killing his family. He got the idea of who was the killer of his brother and father, but the idea of killing the killer itself disappeared. Byron couldn't decide what to do. He remembered Ashborn's words, I would do the same. It was their fault. Even though Byron didn't forgive Ashborn, he realized Ashborn didn't have any actual reasons to kill his father and brother. He was an S-Class adventurer and had a reputation way higher than Wykes' family. He had money and was close to the King of Sapin himself. Even if he attempted to kill Ashborn, he would die immediately. While he wasn't a lowly man, he had principles and wouldn't use Ashborn's family for revenge. At the same time, he was sure that his arrogant family was at fault, but he can't forgive Ashborn like this. How unlikely of me, muttered Ashborn, being surprised by what he did. He forgot the actual reason why he spared blonde-haired humans. He understands human emotions and knew that Byron felt hatred towards him. That's only natural. If his brother or any other relative was to be killed, the killer wouldn't be alive either. Anyway, his family is guarded by his soldiers 24/7, and he can also switch with them whenever he wants. So giving chance to Byron is something that won't harm him in any way, and if he is lucky enough he can benefit from it. Caspian said it would be humiliating for lances if I kill one of them, right? Or something along those lines. Chapter 32, Ashborn's POV. Brother, wake up! Mother said that breakfast is ready. Ellie's voice rang out in my ears and I immediately perked up. Did I overslept? I thought it was really strange. I haven't slept for only 3 days. Nothing much for me, maybe for the human body it is. Arthur and Elijah are still sleeping, then I'll go dress up. I said and got up from bed. I quickly changed my clothes and then walked downstairs, then I entered the dining room. Helstias and my family except Arthur and Ellie were already seated here, also Elijah wasn't here. I also took my seat and began my breakfast. So, Ash, have you changed your mind about Xyrus Academy? Father asked me and I just shook my head in denial. Honey, maybe you should attend? You can keep an eye on Art. Mother also tried to change my mind, but I wasn't planning to. It was already decided on my part to not attend Xyrus Academy. No, I don't want to learn something that I already know or something completely useless. I told them and stopped trying to change my mind. Arthur and Elijah with Ellie on their tail came down to join breakfast soon after. Good morning, boys, and good morning, my little princess. Did you guys sleep well? Father asked them and then kissed my cute little sister right on her cheek. That only made me irritated. Dad. That tickles. She pushed him away, wiping the spot she was kissed. Did you guys sleep well? Vincent asked while also smirking at my father's actions. Good morning, Aunt Lewin, Aunt Tabitha, Uncle Vincent, and Uncle Reynolds. Elijah announced and then sat down next to Arthur. He got close to Helstias and is faster than I expected. That reminds me. Kids, if you don't have any plans, do you want to go with us to City Square? There's a big announcement in the capital city of Atiston where the king and queen reside, but a couple of artificers are going to put up a live projection of the broadcast in City Square. My father spoke up when we were eating. Sounds good. Elijah and I don't have anything planned today anyway, right? Arthur asked Elijah, who just shot him thumbs up. I literally said a few days ago that 3 races are uniting. I mumbled under my breath. Ellie also wanted to go with Arthur, but Mother shut him down. She had school tomorrow. Uncle Vincent. I remember you mentioned something about how you were going to visit a famous researcher that has a lab in Xyrus. Do you mind introducing me to him after we watch the announcement today? Arthur asked Vincent. I also leaned towards them. Potential move from my rival. Ah, you mean Gideon? Has he caught your interest? He's not just a researcher but a well-known inventor and artificer as well. He's the one responsible for designing the ships we use for rivers as well as a few other well-used artifacts. I do have some business with him anyway, so it wouldn't be a problem taking you. Was there something specific you needed from him? Arthur and Vincent in the end decided to visit this artificer and I also decided to follow them. I'm also coming. Vincent wasn't a person who could deny the request of an S-class adventurer, especially when he was deadly serious. The same was with the artificer. I'm sure he would anyway ask me many questions. Arthur's ring is my creation. There's no other copy of this ring. Today's city square was crowded, and by crowded I mean a whole bunch of people was gathered here waiting for some announcement. Nobles or normal civilians, all of them were gathered here with the same goal in mind. They simply wanted to hear the announcement. I, Arthur, Father, Vincent, and Elijah came here with the same goal as others. Maybe they did, but I simply came here to accompany Arthur later. With the help of artifacts and some mages who were keeping artifacts working in the symphony, displaying some dizzy images in the air. Later the dizzy image cracked and the view became clearer. When the image in the air finally cleared, we could see Glader's castle in full glory. My liege, your castle is way more glorious than that abomination. Baru told me telepathically. The 3 kings and queens of the different countries in our beloved continent of Dicathan have gathered here on this memorable day. Some fancily dressed man with a gray beard announced. Attention humans, elves, and dwarves alike, I go by Blaine Glader. While most of you know me as the King of Sapin, today I speak not as the King of Humans, but as one of the representatives of the continent of Dicathan. Blaine totally knew how to work with a mass of people. All the people gathered here were ready to worship him, if not something more. If I'm not near him, then he has the aura of a leader. Why is he so limited in my presence? Next to Blaine, there were also council members. Priscilla, Alduin, Muriel, Dossid, Glodera, and unexpectedly Virion. Well, That was probably done only for show. Virion was known in every country, and he had a reputation way higher than all leaders combined. So just his appearance made people more interested. Blaine continued with his speech, and his speech was also stated in an already practiced manner. This guy put more effort in his speeches than in the ruling country. I facepalmed at this idiocy. Then Blaine sat down, and his place was taken by Alduin, King of the Elven Kingdom Eleanor. It is an honor to speak on behalf of everyone here on this unforgettable day. As King Glader so adamantly stated, I am also in agreement about the future of our continent. For some people, this may not hold much interest, but for many who yearn for adventure and new places to visit, I can wholeheartedly say that this continent is filled with many unknowns. An obvious example is the very beast glades residing just beyond our borders. While an uncountable number of adventurers have ventured out into the beast glades, it is not an exaggeration to say that not even half of it has been traversed. While the mana beasts have not left the beast glades, who is to say that just because they haven't yet, they never will? Even in our own homeland of Dicathan, there are places so dangerous, no one dares to explore, but what if I were to say that even greater mysteries and dangers are out there? Alduin stopped for a second. Murmurs filled crowds here in Xyrus and in Atiston. That's right. You have not heard wrong, fellow citizens of Dicathan. We are announcing today, February 10th of the 1005th cycle, that we have found evidence of another continent. Stated Alduin an obvious lie. It wasn't you, but an adventurer. That bird with a camera on it was evidence that by coincidence some adventurer found. While they claim here that they found evidence of a new continent, it was just sheer luck. Even if they hide most of the information, sharing at least that wasn't a bad move. Not that the council knows anything about another continent, they don't even realize that there already are spies from there. Anyway, the news caused an uproar. Most of the people were still not sure about the whole situation. A whole lot of fear. Not everyone felt the same. Some even encouraged fellow citizens of Dicathan. Alduin tried to calm the crowd. Quiet! King of Dwarven Kingdom Darv, Dosset Graysunder roared out and shut the crowd instantly. Now this is kingly. I thought and praised the shorty in my mind. As Alduin said, we don't know much. However, in these times of uncertainty and possible threats in the future, wouldn't you guys all agree that standing beside one another is what's best for this continent and our people? Your children can be in danger as well. The last thing we want is to fight amongst ourselves. Our appearances may be different and our cultures may clash, but remember this, we are all born in this continent of Dicathan. I for one am proud of that and hope that future generations will feel the same way. What about you? His speech made people feel confident in their leaders. Some of them started clapping and this spread across other people. Soon most of the crowd was clapping. Most, because I wasn't. The process of joining our 3 races and kingdoms will take time and much effort, but today, we will be anointing 6 individuals that we, the 3 kings and queens, believe to be the most courageous, tactful, smart and powerful, and if some of them don't believe us, then I will tell you that those individuals are approved by the S-class adventurer himself. The short king shouted on top of his lungs. I see. I don't remember anything. I put my hand on my chin and tried to remember when I actually approve of anyone. My liege, you promised support to Blaine Glader in some matters. A few years ago to be exact. Baru reminded me. I remember this. But I don't remember that I will approve of someone. My support in a few matters is completely different from me approving someone. While I was lost in my thoughts, 6 individuals entered the podium. 2 humans, 2 elves, and 2 dwarves. They will be protecting this continent from dangers in Beast Glades. Beast Glades will be blocked from the military itself. Why so many lies? It can backfire at you later. I wondered. This wasn't a professional way to rule the country. At the current predicament, this might help a little, but later? What if people will learn that those 6 lances are actually useless against soldiers of different continents? Not completely, but an overwhelming count of their soldiers will completely annihilate Dicathan in a matter of months. Even before this happens, people will lose trust. Lastly, while the title of being one of the 6 lances may be prestigious and comparable to even ourselves as kings and queens, this title also brings upon a great burden and danger. Children of the new generation that seek to become the future protectors of this continent strive to be one of the 6 lances. Grow strong and noble as not even the heavens are the limit. King later finished and the artifact stopped translation. I'm disappointed. I haven't listened to a few council meetings and there is already such a mess. Fine. I'll do it myself. Chapter 33, Ashborn's POV. Let's get going already. I told a group of men. Isn't it exciting? 6 strongest mages on the whole Dicathan. Elijah started fanboying over lances. And you also live with an S-class adventurer under the same roof. Joked Arthur, making everyone except me laugh. So right now you are going to some artificer, right? Father asked when we approached the carriage. Arthur and Vincent just nodded to him. I have a few things to do, so I'll meet you at home. Don't cause too much trouble. With this said, Father stepped into the carriage and soon left. After Father's carriage left our sight, Vincent stopped the public carriage, and we also stepped into it. Please take us to Gideon's facility. Vincent told our destination to the driver, who moved the carriage, and after about 30 minutes of driving, we could see elixirs and artifacts shops. Arthur and Elijah were both staring out of the window, looking at every shop that we passed by. This is the part of the city where most of the artificers gather. There are a lot of gadgets and aids for mages if you want to check it out later. Vincent told us. Obviously, it was meant for 2 other boys. Vincent's words took Elijah's interest and he requested to stop at some shop. He wanted to look around and maybe even buy something. We didn't stop him and let him go. Arthur even made Sylvie follow Elijah. An hour later, we saw a wide single-storied building. Buildings similar to this were rarely seen in clustered cities such as Xyrus. We are here, the driver announced as we got out of the carriage and made our way towards the front door of this fairly large building. Vincent knocked on the door and some man dressed as a butler opened it. Greetings. Master Gideon isn't Ava. Hello Master Vincent, please come in. He greeted us and later motioned us to step inside. To say that building from inside was awful is an understatement. Everything here actually stinks, smells of a lot of chemicals, and unwashed clothes that were thrown around made this place look like a trash site, more than a workplace of the artificer. Judging from the actions of the butler, it seems that this artificer is antisocial and doesn't interact with unimportant people. Himes! I've told you not to let any owe it to you, Vincent. I see you've come to bother me again. From the corner of the room, we heard the voice of some man. When I looked at the person, I saw a skeleton. The man had pale skin, his long hair seemed to be struck by lightning, and there were dark bags under his eyes. Even his clothing was dirty as the room itself. Ha ha! As welcoming as ever, Gideon, laughed Vincent awkwardly and gave his acquaintance a smile and handshake. Small talk between elders took not much time. They discussed things that were already mentioned in the announcement, but Gideon still slipped some information. Arthur used this chance and without saying anything took large parchment. He started making some sketches. Apparently, it was a blueprint of a ship that worked on steam. Of course, in a world where everything heavily relies on magic, this is a breakthrough in science. But I myself still prefer magic, since it can be used anywhere and everywhere, also because unlike others I have enormous mana reserves. This is. Gideon's sleepy eyes widened at Arthur's blueprint. Of course. Why didn't I think of this? There was this solution as well. His hands started shaking as if holding something too precious in his hands. I feel like something's wrong. His eyes narrowed. Of course, Arthur left out things so Gideon couldn't just copy them without payment. Yup. Can you show me some of your most precious artifacts? Uncle Vincent told me you make some of the best. Arthur answered and put parchment in his robe. Gideon understood Arthur's intentions. His butler brought a whole lot of artifacts and some jewelry, but Arthur didn't take any interest in them. Himes, can you bring me the pendants? Seemed that the skeleton wasn't meant to give up. He made a butler bring some pendants. Butler bought 2 boxes, and when Gideon opened it, Phoenix. When boxes were opened, you could easily guess the nature of the pendant. For humans, Phoenix is a symbol of life, but to me, it's just a beast that can preserve life. I got a slight idea why Arthur got interested in them. Those were made for the royal family? I was left out of the conversation, so I asked Gideon questions again. Yes, wait, there was another brat all along? This one seems older. I could see Arthur's eyes twitching. We are twins. Anyway, Arthur, you can take them. I have something to do with the king, so he owes me a whole lot of things. And since I'm going to do everything on my own, I also have something prepared for you. I have a key that will help you improve development in artificing, I said, and he got intrigued. I can see this in his eyes. Runes. First rune, one that absorbs mana. Yes, that was it. Alacria used runes in many ways, even forcefully awaken mages. So who said that I can't use them? Runes? Well, I guess. Then what? Gideon asked. For a demonstration, I showed him my index finger. I channeled my mana through my finger and just wrote a simple circle symbol. It didn't have color at first, but after absorbing ambient mana, the symbol glowed bright blue on the desk. How? Gideon looked dumbfounded. Humans can absorb mana. In our case, humans are vessels while mana is liquid we are pouring in it. The principle in the rune is the same. I'm leading this rune here, examine it all you want. Gideon's eyes sparkled. I didn't have time to create other runes which normal mages could use, so I just gave a genius artificer key. Later he will most likely discover how to create runes. The next step was to visit the council. They are doing so-called secret operations behind the backs of citizens, but in reality, even Arthur learned about them from some artificer. Cautiousness was always an option when you know that different continents can spy on you, without you noticing anything. Then they have zero problems with duplicating secret technology for themselves. I quickly made my way out of the large building and sank in the shadows. Caspian was doing his usual job in the guild today, so I appeared right next to him in the office. Caspian, council meeting. Seeing my serious expressions, he nodded and stood up. I created a teleportation gate to the council room. Caspian and I quickly went through and came out of the council room. Some maid was tidying the round table, so Caspian made her notify Gladers saying that it was an emergency. Mr. Ashborn, may I ask what is the reason for the emergency? Caspian asked me while we were waiting. I'm disappointed. He immediately shut himself and didn't speak further. After some time of waiting, Blaine and Priscilla burst through doors in council. Take seat, both of you. I told them, more like commanded, but they took seats anyway. Alert council members, I want them here. Do it fast. I told Blaine. Blaine couldn't finish as I interrupted again. Do it. He just took out a communication scroll and called other leaders. He just quickly asked them to come because of an emergency. Emergency this, emergency that. Good excuse. I mentally noted. Mr. Ashborn, what is the reason for arranging council meeting? Asked Blaine. I hate repeating myself. I'll do it when everyone is present. Quickly denying his question, we started waiting for others. Teleportation gates being always functional because of the alliance was a good decision on their part. After a few hours of waiting, both the king and queen of Eleanor and Darv entered the council room. Why the sudden summon, Blaine? I was on my way to Darv, asked King of Darv. I myself don't yet know. Blaine answered and pointed at me. What is kid doing? Dosset said out loud, but when he met with a scared expression of Blaine, he shut himself. Virions isn't here. Only competent king and isn't attending. I closed my eyes and concentrated on sensing Virion. Luckily, I had left soldiers in Eleanor. They were protecting Arthur's GI future girlfriend. Found him. I opened my eyes and glanced at the curious-looking people present in the room. I sank in my shadow, and when I popped out, I popped into the royal castle of Eleanor. Finding Virion wasn't a hard task since he was standing right in front of me. I put my hand on his shoulder and sank in shadow again. I think I'm getting older. I'm hallucinating, and I'm in the council room, muttered Virion. Father? Alduin cried out. Damn, these aren't hallucinations. Now since everyone is present, I'll keep it brief. I addressed everyone and again took my seat. Monster brat? I ignored Virion. Most of you are confused, I understand. But I don't care, so just take a seat, be quiet, and listen. I commanded them, and seeing Blaine nodding to them, they did as supposed. Posing themselves as leaders of countries, if they can't adapt to the situation they are worthless. There aren't enough said Dawson, who couldn't find a seat. I said quiet. If there aren't enough seats you have legs, keep standing. I glared at him, which surprised him. Do you even know who you are talking to? Dawson shouted. I said, quiet. Ruler's authority. If a person doesn't like standing, I don't care. Kneel, but you shouldn't interrupt when I'm discussing the future of their continent. I'm disappointed in your actions. I never gave permission to use my title like this. I don't remember you asking me, Blaine. I may say that I will support you, but this is totally different. I said, and Blaine looked down and kept quiet. Then again, even if you used my name, your actions are predictable, unnecessary, and unbeneficial at all. You tasked Artificer Gideon to build new types of ships that can sail across oceans for a long time. And you should understand, this information was lured out by my brother from Artificer Gideon. What are you going to do next? Don't tell me you will just send out these ships and see like that? You already knew that another continent was developed enough to produce artifacts that are far beyond the capabilities of any artificer in Dicathan could replicate. I talked to them as if I was a teacher. And what are your 6 lances doing? I asked. They are all stationed in one place waiting for orders, answered Alduin. Even Virion sighed from disappointment. 6 strongest mages of Dicathan are without any missions. While I understand that beast glades are blocked, this doesn't mean they don't have any job. There are quite a lot of rats in Xyrus and maybe even in other cities. I hinted to them, and Virion already understood the meaning. So they are already here, said Virion so everyone could hear. They are already here, without any of you even realizing. They are probably plotting something and building their foundations here, so now, do you think that lances shouldn't have missions? I will also warn you. The saddest part in betrayals is that it never comes from your enemies. I shot a quick glance at Dawson, who was still standing. I had quite an experience when it came to betrayals. Maybe this is the reason why I was doing everything alone? Since bringing up the topic of spies, Dawson's heartbeat was abnormally high. It was clear that he feared something. Yudo, keep an eye on him. If necessary, kill. I telepathically told my soldier. It shall be done, my king. Yudo replied and went into Shorty's shadow. Caspian, make lances command gendarmerie branches in major cities. Also, cancel every activity in Beast Glades. Don't make hasty decisions, and be careful. Because, if you have my support, doesn't mean that I will take any actions that I didn't sign for. And like this, I teleported away from the council room. Chapter 34, the ballroom inside Halstia Manor was lavishly decorated, eye-catching golden balloons hanging on almost invisible strings. Some people would think they were floating, but in reality, they weren't. While they asked me to bring some balloons, I decided to create them myself. They look good, wasn't that what they wanted? I asked myself. Other decorations weren't my doing. Overall, everything looked fine. Mother and father liked it. Then there were tables with light snacks and drinks. While I was really interested in why there were so many people coming to Ellie's birthday party, our parents welcomed them with open hands. Ash, honey, aren't you going to change into something more formal? The voice of my mother interrupted my thoughts. I was wearing my usual clothes. I clearly wasn't a person who cared about formalities. So why would I wear something uncomfortable for me? Why? I asked straight. Many people are coming, even some nobles. It's only appropriate to wear formally. Don't tell me you haven't prepared. My mother's face quickly turned into a frightened one in the end. No. Change quickly then. She pushed me in the direction of my room. I didn't want to make my mother worry about anything more, so I decided to get that formal costume. I had zero ideas what I should wear, so I looked around and saw what others were wearing. I observed every little detail to create them later on in my costume. Arthur was dressed in black formal clothes, without much decoration. Easy to copy and looks formal, the best option for me. I walk upstairs, enter my room and directly reform my current clothes into the same Arthur was wearing. That looks just like Arthur. I nodded at myself in the mirror and left my room. Heh. When I walked down the stairs, I heard Arthur-like laughter, so I turned to Arthur. I met Arthur's eyes, but he is the next second turned and welcomed new guests with a warm smile. He was definitely holding his laughter. I'll show you later today, Arthur. It should be soon when Ellie will finally know about this party. It was decided that we will throw a party secretly from her. Without my intervention, they did a great job setting up all of this. Even Gideon was attending the party. What is he doing here? Did Vincent invite him? He didn't seem like a person who liked crowds, so maybe he had different reasons? My different ideas were stopped when Gideon approached Arthur. So he was here for other inventions? He isn't coming to me, huh? Maybe he couldn't crack my idea behind the rune and gave up on it? Then there was Elijah, who was striking conversations with a lot of girls. They somehow managed to always leave him with polite excuses, making Elijah sad. He is strong-willed. Despite a lot of attempts, all of them being failures, he still continued talking to other girls. Dude, they are just not into you. Everyone, please get ready. Lady Alice and Eleanor are both on their way here. Maid announced and signaled people to turn off the lights. Mama, I thought we were going to go out for dinner. Where are we? Surprise, indeed surprise. A synchronized chorus of voices startled Ellie before her expression turned into joyful. Her eyes were wide and her cheeks were burning red. That does put a smile on my face. Not everyone might notice, but actually, the ends of my lips twitched upward. You have a wonderful little sister, Mr. Ashborn. Caspian appeared with his usual smile. Here was a guest that I invited to this party. He was the only one I interacted with often, also he needs to rest someday. This day will serve as a rest day. Indeed. I answered and took one drink for me and Caspian. Even if we have immunity to alcohol, it doesn't mean that we can't enjoy its taste. Thank you. He accepted the drink and sipped a little. Caspian, a lot of people know you here, don't they? Even my father. I asked him, when I noticed all the glances that I and Caspian received from people gathered here. I don't like bragging, but the position of guild leader makes you already popular among adventurers. He answered. Enjoy the evening, Caspian, quite some people want to talk with you. With these words I left Caspian there and went to take another spot, but... Young man, isn't that alcohol? I turned to the voice and saw my mother. How did she get here without me noticing? But mainly what is with her look? She wasn't looking at me, she was looking at the drink I held in my hands. It's to celebrate Ellie's birthday, Father said it was important to make toast. I found a good excuse to use. Mother won't suspect me of anything, she knows Father is someone who can say such things. Only this one. No more. Also, your costume is good, just like art. I picked it up for him, but you bought it yourself. Impressive. No, Mother, I just copied it. Just after this, waiters started walking around arranging platters and cups. Ahem. Before the party officially begins, I would like to thank you on behalf of my precious daughter for coming here tonight. Father stated while also creating a melodic chime of glass with a spoon. I looked at Ellie, who was blushing from embarrassment, while her friends were giggling, making Ellie even more flustered. Please start the music. Father signaled 5 musicians who soon came out with different kinds of instruments. I wasn't interested in music, but I recognized instruments from my past experience in my successor's world. It would bring great joy to see my beloved son and daughter have the first dance. Disaster. This is what would bring father's words. Of course, it would, if I wasn't prepared. I'm pretty sure Arthur also knows how to dance. My mother meanwhile looked panicked, and I wasn't surprised. Both mother and father didn't give us any dancing lessons. Ellie looked petrified in horror of being embarrassed in front of her friends. But Arthur, fortunately, took a confident step forward and offered his hand to Ellie, so inviting on dance. "Will you honor me with your hand for a dance?" Arthur bowed and asked. Various girls squealed and giggled at this scene. Ellie still looked worried but accepted Arthur's offer anyway. Music became clearer, people stopped making any sounds, everyone was in anticipation of dance between siblings. And so it began. They circled around the dance floor, Ellie's dress gracefully fluttered. Each of their steps in the symphony. Arthur was calm and composed, while Ellie's previously petrified expression shifted in excitement. They continued dancing like this, and while they were dancing, did she get shy for all those years, or what happened? I thought while looking at a certain silver-haired elf through my soldier. Tesha Aerolith just left a gift for Ellie but hasn't come to the party. Doesn't sound like what mother and father would approve of, besides I'm sure Arthur would like to meet her. Not sure about Ellie, she even called her pervert once. I sighed and sank in my shadow, coming out right in front of Arthur's future girlfriend in her carriage. There was also some bodyguard with her, but neither of them would notice my presence for a few seconds. "Tesha Aerolith, haven't seen you for a while." I spoke up, surprising both the female guard and Tesha herself. Bodyguard immediately took her weapon and was ready to strike me any time. Tesha on the other hand said only one word. "Art?" The bodyguard changed the trajectory of her weapon after hearing her saying name. Unfortunately, I'm not Arthur, but his brother. You shouldn't have forgotten it in such a short amount of time. I told her and she got embarrassed. As much as I would like you not to attend this party and interrupt my siblings' nice moment, I also believe that my family's motto applies there, and you leading like this breaks it. I believe you aren't against meeting your beloved Arthur's parents and his family either?" At the word, beloved Tesha became a blushing mess. Even all this time the expressionless guard blushed a little. "Am meeting Art's family," she mumbled. "Princess Tesha, I can't let you dash." The bodyguard wanted to speak up intending to not let Tesha go, but I interrupted her. "Nobody gave you a word." Bodyguard instantly shut herself. I don't remember directing pressure on her. But is it okay? I'm still an elf. Apparently, she thinks that her status as an elf might change the mood at the party. Can't blame her. As long as I'm there, nobody will do anything. Even if it's the king or even your parents. Her eyes sparkled. "Then can I go now?" she asked, and I just nodded. Yes, I wasted quite some time here already. I placed my hand on her shoulder and sank in my shadow again. This time I popped out in front of Helstia Manor. Since the sudden appearance of the elven princess might startle guests, I decided to teleport here. "This is the place," I said and motioned her to follow me, while also ignoring her shocked expression from my previous action. She looked extremely shy and nervous at this moment when we approached the door. Absolutely the opposite of the impression I had on her before. We went inside Helstia Manor from the front doors, and Arthur and Ellie just finished their dance right at this moment. People were clapping loudly, so nobody could really notice us. Until it would be also right for my second son to dance, everybody agrees, right? So where is my Ashy hiding? What father said made me realize it was a bad idea to take this girl with me. I should get out of here. Oh, there he is with his dancing partner, I suppose, exclaimed father, making everyone turn to me and Tesha. He is with an elf, someone in the crowd said out loud. I glared at that person, making him shut. Arthur widened his eyes when he saw Tesha. If only Arthur was a little taller than he is now, I would switch places with him without anyone noticing us. Why are you standing there? Come on, buddy. Do as I taught you. Father, you haven't taught me anything for my entire life. Let's get this over quickly. You against it? I eyed Tesha, who looked disappointed for not dancing with Arthur. So was I. But Tesha just nodded. I offered her hand and she took it. Not ship. I repeat, this is not ship. You dance rather well, said Arthur as he approached me. Yes, I danced with her future girlfriend. He should be jealous. Either way, I did dance, and great for someone who only observed. Are you jealous? I asked him, and his cheeks flushed crimson. No. He denied right after I asked, avoiding my gaze. You are jealous. I was certain he was jealous. Anyway, you might dance with her now. Party's still going. Look here, she is playing with Ellie. I pointed at a small group of girls on the dance floor. Tesha managed to quickly get along with Ellie's friends. Nobody recognized the princess of Eleanor in her, so I and Arthur didn't have to worry much. Don't you think it's strange for an elf to be here? For you to say this. Well, I decided it was supposed to be so. You think what you want. You don't have to worry about me stealing your future girlfriend. Again, Arthur blushed. Hey. Do you really think it's normal for me? You know what I mean. His complicated sound made me turn to him and look into his eyes. Arthur Lewin, my twin brother. What do you mean me? Oh, I suppose you mean that we are still underage, then you shall wait and see for later. He looked at me baffled at first, but later his lips turned upwards. Sometimes you really are just like a kid, getting over things quicker. I especially, said Arthur Lewin a little louder. I think he gets what I mean. Thank you. He muttered and just left to his future girlfriend. I looked back from the balcony. I like the current scenery. There is a party where everyone is joyful. There is a beautiful night sky with countless stars. If this isn't enough for people, then what? Too many useless thoughts. Shaking my head, I went back to the party. Chapter 35, Ashborn's POV. Soon the party came to an end when the bell rang at midnight. Officially making it Ellie's birthday, after more dancing and drinking, guests started leaving, allowing maids to start cleaning. Mother and father both gave Ellie beautiful hair ties with some ornaments as presents. Father. Wasn't that a cheap move? I thought. While we were planning to gift individual presents. Father cooperated with Mother, and Mother, being a woman, could choose something for a girl. The excited expression on Ellie made me wonder if I had a chance of winning. She even asked the mother to tie her hair with it. I'm glad that she got to enjoy this party. She got disappointed when learned that Twin Horns wouldn't be able to attend the party because of their mission in the guild. I myself would like them to come. Even though I could easily transport them here, the mission they were doing was important. Keep in mind, dungeons are blocked for everyone. Nobody can enter aside for Ashborn. There was also Tesha present. She gifted Ellie a bow. It wasn't on the same level as Ellie's current bow, but it could be used for normal training. When Mother asked who gifted it to her, Tesha just raised her hand. It was me, hee. With an awkward laugh, Tesha answered. Surprisingly, Ellie hugged and thanked Tesha, startling her. Now it was time for Arthur's present. Seeing wrapped boxes in Arthur's hands, Ellie's eyes shone brightly. Happy birthday, little sister. Arthur handed one box to Ellie and the second to Mother. Ellie, without wasting time, opened the box immediately. What she saw was a necklace with a golden chain and a light pink gem attached to it with the symbol of the phoenix. Mother's reaction was even stronger than Ellie's. She stared right at the light pink gem. Wow! It's so pretty! This is gorgeous. Keep it all the time, okay? Arthur told them, satisfied with his gift. It was hard to say if he even wanted to compete against us. Now, it's my time. Ellie, actually your gift is already waiting for a long time. Go to your room and see. This was a little moment of surprise for Ellie, her curiosity didn't allow her to stay here anymore. She took off and ran to her room. "What are you gifting her?" both Father and Arthur asked me. I just kept silent and waited for the right moment. "Kaya!" we heard Ellie's cute scream. Everyone looked at me before running upstairs to see what's going on. The door in her room was open, so everyone entered it. "Kia! So cute!" Everyone sighed in relief when they saw that Ellie wasn't hurt. "Wait. What is she holding in hands?" Arthur asked. He couldn't see anything because of darkness. "It's a puppy," I said while my mother seemed relieved. Father and Arthur were both glaring at me as if saying, "That's cheating, dude." "Brother! Is that puppy for me?" asked Ellie, and when I nodded to her, others realized. I won. Ellie liked my gift most. It was clear as the sky that Ellie was most emotional after seeing the little puppy. Black puppy with purple eyes. Yes, it was my summon with the ability to change body properties. I never saw such a species in my life. "Is this really just a normal puppy?" asked Vincent. "Obviously, you wouldn't find Mana Beast on the surface. They inhabit a dungeon in Beast Glades. While clearing some dungeons, I accidentally found this Mana Beast and decided to take him. To my surprise, later it has grown into a strong shadow soldier with decent physical prowess. Now that I think about it, this puppy kinda looks like hockey," Arthur noted. Everyone looked at me. When I saved it, I inserted a lot of my mana in him. Maybe that is the reason? I couldn't exactly tell them that the puppy was actually the soul of a dead beast. That explains colors. Father with a nod. "Anyway, it's time for sleep," announced Mother. Third POV. After Eleanor's birthday, time passed quickly. Ashborn's and Arthur's birthday arrived. Unlike Ellie's party, they only invited people closest to them, including guild leader Caspian and artificer Gideon. Unfortunately, Twinhorns couldn't manage to visit them because of their missions in the guild. From communication scrolls, Leywins knew that Twinhorns were alive and safe. Also, Tesha was staying with Leywins from now on. Her grandfather convinced her parents to let him stay there, also knowing that an S-class adventurer is living under the same roof or leave them. Arthur was getting prepared for Xyrus Academy, while Ashborn continued visiting Beast Glades and increasing his army count. Also, he was improving the interior in his new castle, which was now guarded by a barrier and a few hundred shadow soldiers. The Council of Dicathan meanwhile worked on other issues. Ashborn, who only helped them out in Beast Glades, wasn't enough for them. Because of this, Virion became another member of the council. Virion was actually the only competent king with enough experience to fix current problems. Yudo, who Ashborn assigned and monitored Dosset, hasn't seen anything suspicious, no encounters with Alacrians. This could only mean one thing. They already contacted Dosset, or Ashborn was just too cautious. Either way, Ashborn wasn't planning to kill Dosset right now. He brought back Yuto and assigned a different soldier to Dosset, who would kill Dosset at his command. "My king, we found a bunch of high-class monsters with chaotic mana. I suspect this might be Vricher's doing," Silrit informed Ashborn telepathically. Ashborn just sank his shadow, appearing right next to Silrit. He walked forward and observed corpses. "They mutated a few hours ago." What's this?" Ashborn sensed something being alive. "Silrit, did you leave anything alive?" Ashborn asked his loyal soldier, who just shook his head in denial. "Some beast is pretending to be dead, but actually is alive," Ashborn said out loud for that beast to hear. "That was very rude. I'm not some mindless beast." The voice of some woman interrupted Ashborn. "You have mana of a beast." "Not entirely, but it's certainly like mana beasts," Ashborn said and moved towards a new voice. "You know where exactly am I?" "That's impressive for a human." Voice was surprised and emerged from the darkness. Silrit narrowed his eyes at the newly emerged figure. The figure had obsidian-colored horns that glowed in the darkness. Her pearl-colored hair swayed around, while her dark eyes were directly locked on Silrit. Now that I think about it, Your mana is similar to Silret and Udo before I summoned them. Ashborn's sentence shocked the woman, but she regained her composure quickly. So it was you who killed my loyal retainer? The woman suddenly asked. They were the first one to attack. I responded in the same manner. Should I expect the same from you? Ashborn answered with the question, at which the woman shook her head. You are certainly powerful enough to make Azura fear. Whole Alacria was on their toes after what happened. I don't plan on suicide yet. Woman answered. What makes you think that you will leave this place alive? Ashborn asked again. The woman tensed up. She tried to create a teleportation gate and get up there, but it got quickly dispelled. Remember how the chairman died? See, yes, exactly that barrier. Ashborn didn't even take woman seriously. In the physical aspect, without any usage of mana, woman had a big advantage, but she of course wasn't going to rush in battle without any information. The woman started releasing a mist. Almost like what Silret did when he fought against Ashborn. Mist easily reached Ashborn and he just casually inhaled it. Ashborn coughed a little after exhaling and black smoke came out from his mouth. It can also explode? If I hadn't protected myself with mana, I would have many things to regenerate, including my lungs. Noted Ashborn. This shocked the woman even more because her spell of Cursed Mist didn't do any visible damage to Ashborn. Cursed Mist is actually a technique that can detonate after someone inhales it. Are you even human? The woman asked Ashborn. Pretty much. Ashborn answered shortly. He didn't like talking in battle. But getting more information wouldn't be harmful to him. What is your name? Ashborn asked, but instead of the woman, Silret did. Her name is Ceres. She is of richer-blooded Alacrian. She also has the position of Scythe and directly works under a Groan of Ritra. Woman, now already Ceres glanced at Silret. Silret, if this is really you, did you betray me? Or is this person manipulating you? Ceres asked and Silret just shook his head. My king reopened my eyes in the darkness. It's the greatest honor for me to serve him. I will not tolerate such words towards my king. Silret prepared to attack Ceres with his sword, but got stopped by his king, who said next thing. I can keep you alive. Only with one condition. Why? You aren't a person who will let the enemy live. Ceres asked, deciding to play a mind game with Ashborn. I already know that both scythes and retainers are stationed on the last two relic tombs. You, on the other hand, are still here. I highly doubt that Vritras are still going with the old plan of mutating beasts here. So I will ask you a question now. Why are you here? Ashborn returned the question. Why should I tell you? In any case, you will answer me, but you won't be alive if you won't answer now. Ceres didn't have any other choice now. It was a do-or-die situation. I was doing my own investigation. The short answer from Ceres wasn't what Ashborn wanted. If that's it, I might as well get answers out of you by force. Ashborn's deep voice made Ceres shiver. Ceres remained silent. Still being silent. It might be better for you to reveal most of your information now, than later reveal everything. Why aren't you answering? Ashborn deliberately increased pressure on Ceres. Ashborn narrowed his eyes at Ceres. She was still not answering, as if already accepting her fate. I said, didn't I? I will keep you alive on one condition, said Ashborn, breaking the tension in sealed space. You will give me information about those Azuras and Vritras. If you will do this, I will keep you alive. Ceres looked up to Ashborn. Silret will be in your shadow. This way I can keep an eye on you. If you try to leak information about me to Vritras, I will kill you. Understand? Ashborn asked without even waiting for answers, as if already knowing it. After some time of silence from Ceres, an answer rang out in his ears. I understand. Again Ceres answered shortly. Ashborn, satisfied with the answer, removed the barrier and retracted all mana he was leaking. He didn't kill Ceres for a very simple reason. Acquiring a spy which is highly positioned in Alacria is useful. Killing her and summoning will definitely change her appearance, so this was no go. But Ashborn in the end did come out with a lot of benefits. He can gather information, and if Ceres decides to betray him, Silrit can kill her or call for me. And so Ashborn accidentally also gained a big influence on Alacria itself too. Chapter 36, Ceres's POV. Death. The aura around this person gave off the feeling of death. I never felt anything like this before in my life, even Agrona himself didn't have such terrifying pressure. But this wasn't all. Silrit, my loyal retainer who I was sure of being dead, is standing right behind him, without any hints of emotions about seeing me. I remember him mentioning something about summoning. Is he an Azura who could manipulate souls? But no! He said he was human. Why would he lie in this situation? No, he wouldn't. He is human. When he asked me for so-called cooperation, I was reluctant. I'm seeing this person only once. How can I trust somebody like him? When he said it a second time that he would let me live on one condition. If the angel of death itself materialized behind me and held its scythe-sharp edge right at my neck. If I disagreed with him, I would certainly be dead. And then the most unexpected thing happened. He assigned Silrit to me, saying that he will stay in my shadow. I thought he meant this rhetorically, but no. He meant it literally. Silrit sank in my shadow as if he wasn't there before. His presence disappeared completely. I tried to sense him. The only thing I could sense was nothing. Cadale mentioned that there were countless enemies and that was the reason for retainers' deaths. I can't see any army. Don't tell me, the army is also like Silrit, hiding in that person's shadow. Just when this idea popped out in my mind as if deliberately, a person showed me something. Eyes. Thousands of purple glowing eyes were all staring at me, all of them coming from the direction of the person's shadow. If that person could summon an army and keep them in shadow, also while increasing the capabilities of soldiers, Silrit became strong. I could sense his mana when he was in my sight, but now that he is hiding I can't. Still, Silrit also had that same terrifying mana. I can confidently say, the person in front of me is stronger than Azuras themselves. I would have never thought that person might be this strong. This shouldn't be possible, by any means. Did true God descend upon this world? Ashborn's POV. Keeping alive Ceres can give me time to think. While I don't want to participate in any wars, I also realize it's impossible. My idea of true peace doesn't apply in reality but in dreams. She can give me detailed information about Alacria and its progress, lessening my involvement in everything. Dicathan didn't have chances against Alacria. I changed it now so Dicathan's chances went up high enough to hold its ground against Alacria. Knowledge about your enemy can be the biggest advantage in battle. While humans are limited against strong enemies such as scythes, they now have Ceres as support, in critical situations even me. No matter what Ceres will try from now. When she gives me information, she will have only the option of helping Dicathan to win the war. She can be deemed as a traitor right after Agrona learns about it. Scythe or retainer, you gave information to your enemy who can bring chaos in Alacria. But if she won't give me information, she will die either way. My liege, you are going to be late. Your brother is already getting up. Baru informed me. I'll finish work here first. I turned to a pile of corpses. Arise. I called out for souls of the dead beasts, which they complied, and soon shadows started rising from them. Everyone in my shadow. I commanded them and they jumped in my shadow right after hearing my words. So that's already 4,000. Third POV. Wake up! Elijah was shouting at Arthur. Arthur meanwhile was still sleeping and wasn't planning on waking up at all. So to protect his sleep, he threw Sylvie at Elijah. Sylvie! It hurts! Elijah howled. Sylvie only calmed down after bruising the boy's face. Get up already. Mother asked me to accompany you today, so you don't make a mess on the first day. Ashborn entered the room. Mother. I didn't expect that from you. Arthur mumbled, but got up anyway. By the way, Ash, why aren't you going to Xyrus? Arthur asked while still changing. Simply they don't have anything to teach me. Ashborn answered shortly. Boys, especially after seeing him in action, couldn't retort him. I also don't think they have anything to teach him, hee. Elijah tried to make a joke, but only received silence from the other two. Sylvie even facepalmed. Brother, are you awake? Ellie opened the door as Arthur was changing. While everyone was fully dressed, Arthur had the bottom half clothed. How do you like your brother's awesome muscles? Arthur flexed his non-existent muscles in different poses. You are only skin and bones. Unlike Big Brother Ash, you are just a skeleton. Ellie just shook her head and changed perspective about the same brother she danced with. Anyway, Mom told you guys to hurry up and get dressed so we can eat. Ellie left and closed the door. Arthur wore his Xyrus uniform and Elijah started styling his hair. Ashborn just left the room and went down to the dining hall. Hey, was he always so antisocial? Elijah suddenly asked Arthur. Ash? No, he doesn't have problems with socializing. He just doesn't have time for, I guess. For a period of time, Arthur knew Ashborn. He saw how he interacted with Twin Horns and his family. Even with Virion, Ashborn could interact casually without many problems. Ashborn himself wasn't against being in the company of people either, if only the company itself was enjoyable. But in that case, Arthur and Ashborn were pretty much the same, who would like annoying conversations. Ashborn just openly showed that he doesn't like this. Damn, both of you and him are handsome, but don't use it to your advantage. Elijah continued grumbling until they came down to the dining room. Took you boys long enough to get ready. Who are you guys trying to impress? Alice asked the boys with giggles, and Tabitha, hearing this, also started giggling. Probably Arthur wants to impress his princess, hee. Ellie teased with an evil smirk. Tesha is all over Arthur already. I'm sure she would already accept him as a boyfriend, if not more. Ashborn remarked. Reynolds and Vincent laughed while the woman remembered how Tesha acted near Arthur. Heh, lived with Princess for 4 years. Just what boy did I raise? Reynolds smiled broadly, but... What do you mean I was the one who raised both our sons? Alice scoffed at him, with a slight grin. I guess the only times I raised my children were when they got into trouble then? Reynolds raised brow. Stop it already. Ashborn intervened, stopping the whole childish quarrel. What do you think, Ash? Who raised you better? Asked Reynolds with hope in his eyes. If it will calm you down, I haven't learned anything from both of you. Laughter spear across the table. Meanwhile, Reynolds and Alice slumped down. It's time to go already. Ashborn stood up and moved, left the dining room just right after when everyone finished their meals. Hey, wait! It's still early, shouted Arthur as he also got up and ran after Ashborn. The ride to Xyrus Academy wasn't long. Ashborn, Arthur, and Elijah on carriage arrived there in a matter of minutes. From the carriage, the trio could already see a lot of people, not only students but even newly established gendarmeries. At this moment they are just former military personnel who were recruited. Council isn't just standing still and not doing anything, noted Arthur. But why guarding school full of mages? There are a lot of teachers at that, asked Elijah, who visibly didn't understand the situation. For you, it's still early to think about this, responded Ashborn. We have arrived, Master Arthur, Master Elijah, Master Ashborn. The driver opened the door for the trio. They got off the carriage and walked towards the entrance of the academy. Before entering through gates, they were stopped by the same gendarmeries. Before entering through gates, please state your name and status. This is required by the council, and any question on this matter won't be answered. Gendarmerie who just stopped trio announced. Student Elijah Knight. Quickly responded Elijah, and Gendarmerie looked at his comrade. Everything's clear, pass. Second checked some lists and allowed Elijah to pass. Student Arthur Lewin. Again the second guard nodded and allowed Arthur to pass. Ashborn Lewin. Ashborn also stated his name, but the guard who searched his name on the list shook his head. Mr. Ashborn, you aren't a student at this academy and we can't let you pass through gates. Even if you are just accompanying your sibling. Guard responded with an apologetic smile. Asterisk I asterisk with this. Will you allow me to pass? With a long sigh, Ashborn took out some card from his pockets. What is this key dash? Before the guard could ask, another one grabbed his head and forced him to kneel. We are very sorry, Mr. Ashborn. We weren't aware of your arrival here, please pass. Guard kneeled and told Ashborn. Ashborn just went through the gates and approached two boys who were waiting for him. Gendarmeries meanwhile were still dumbfounded about the S-Class adventurer's appearance. Can you believe it, dude? We just saw S-Class adventurer. Yeah, who would have thought he was just a teen, haha. They awkwardly laughed and continued doing their job. What took you so long? Arthur asked, approaching Ashborn. I had to show them my guild card, answered Ashborn, and Arthur chuckled, understanding his situation. Trio then went through another entrance of the school building this time. After Elijah and Arthur got checked by some woman if they were really students, they entered a big auditorium with a crowd of new students sitting everywhere. Let's find a seat. Arthur had to shout because of all the noise in the auditorium. There are some free seats. Ashborn pointed at few seats in the last row, so the group walked towards it. On the way towards the seat, Ashborn had to stomp on the feet of few rude students who deliberately put them forward, making all of them almost roll on the floor from pain. They approached their seats. Arthur and Elijah managed to take seat, while Ashborn's seat was taken right before he was about to sit there. This is my seat, go find another. Ashborn told some guy, but he just grinned. Oh, I already took it, what are you going to do? Ashborn didn't waste time and with a two-finger picked guy by his long nose and threw at the front row. Did you have to do this? Arthur asked, barely holding laughter. This way it's more humiliating for him. Couldn't be said that Ashborn cared about such people, but humiliating them was the best way to make them not bother you again. Of course, there were special cases where some snorty noble won't stop bothering you. In those cases, there were more special ways of dealing with them. Then group felt some mana spreading across the auditorium. It was Directress Goodsky who encompassed the whole room. I welcome everyone here, the future leaders, scholars, and powerhouses of Dicathan, to this humble academy. I am Cynthia Goodsky. Please call me Director Goodsky. Chapter 37, Ashborn's POV. Cynthia's speech as well as some student council members' speech finished rather quickly. Apparently, Tesha became the student council's president. I was sure this was an initiative from the council to lessen the discrimination problem in school. Right now Arthur and Elijah are going to their dorms. Xyrus Academy provided a place to stay for the students and guaranteed their safety, with Lance himself patrolling around campus one time a day. I think Caspian has hands in this matter. Truly high-class facility. Praised Elijah on our way to dorms. Yes, this isn't what I expected. But overall it is good. Added Arthur, and two of them looked at me then. Not bad. I simply shrugged. I wasn't a student in this academy, so for me, it didn't really matter. I can't wait for our first lessons. What about you, Arthur? Are you sure about becoming a scholar mage? Asked Elijah, and Arthur simply nodded. I said already. I wanted to learn more about magic itself. I'm already confident enough in my fighting abilities not to be taught by some teacher of this school. Reminded Arthur. He was right, there wouldn't be anyone in this school aside from me and Arthur who could defeat S-Class Mana Beast one-on-one. Besides, even if the opponent is strong, Arthur can use his trump card. He can get out from time and space's influence, literally freezing the world for himself. Well, you might enter your dorms. We are standing here for a minute already. I told them, and they went inside to inspect their dorms. I knew you would search for me, I said in the air. Soon from the corner of the building, Cynthia walked towards me. Mr. Ashborn. This might be rude of me, but can I take some of your time? I didn't have any reason to refuse her so to her question I replied with, I'm also not against discussing a few things. Then please, let's proceed to my office. It would be dangerous to discuss it here. She motioned me to follow her. Making our way towards her office while avoiding getting noticed wasn't hard, especially during the time when most students are at the dorms. Please take a seat. I did as she said and sat opposite of her. So what exactly do you want to discuss? I asked immediately after sitting down. Please. I beg you to accept my request to become a teacher at least for a few students. She lowered her head and started looking down. I expected this, but let me ask you now. What do I get in return? She looked up at me with a serious face intending to make me accept. This continent has a chance of survival. But students inside this academy can't receive constant protection, so anything you require for teaching a few of them how to survive, I will try to make up for it. A rather interesting request from Cynthia picked up my interest. Teaching students how to survive. Not how to get strong, nor how to defeat Alacrians, but how to survive. I don't have anything that I need from you, your request intrigues me. So we'll do it like this, while I won't be teaching them, but I will give them a path. The path so that they can improve on their own, in other words, I will be preparing them. I have already done such a thing and the result was more than successful. I can't express how thankful I am. Cynthia's previously tense face was now relieved and relaxed. But still, why did you accept? Cynthia asked. Brings up good memories. A smile appeared on my face subconsciously. Keep in mind I'm not going to teach. I'll open up their potential, while I will be doing my own things whenever I want. So technically that meant, I'm not exactly going to teach them. That would be enough. Do I have anything to do? Any preparations? She asked. We need someplace for battles. Also, pick only capable mages. I don't want snorty nobles in the group. She nodded at my words, then I continued. If students want to receive some improvement in my group, then they will have to fight for it. I will gladly accept them in a group if they can defeat someone tutored by me. She was surprised at this but nevertheless nodded. Also, you might as well make the student council and disciplinary committee attend my tutors. I told her. How do you know about the disciplinary committee? She was shocked as an understatement. Council made you create it, didn't they? Do you think they would ask for such a thing without any intervention? I asked. She just sighed and shook her head. I don't know what to be surprised at, from now on. Anyway, how are you going to tutor them? Another question which isn't exactly right. I'm not tutoring them either. Battles, fighting, and maybe some hints. But mainly they will progress on their own, while I'm going to be inspecting this from a distance. I explained and she seemed satisfied. I already have an idea of how I'm going to improve these students. I know a way to do this quickly, proficiently, and entertainingly. Creating a school hierarchy of strength, in our case now levels, should be done for the competition. Without constant challenge and obstacles someone can't improve, so students with a desire to reach my class will be fighting for it against my improved students. Certainly, they need to find benefits for this. Benefits they will receive for their hard work, even in this case I have a solution. Also making those who are not in my class, to pursue getting a place there. Some kind of a gift that anyone would want to have. The plan was already made, it just had to be set in motion. I'm going now, you meanwhile organize class itself. I shall prepare other things myself. After a nod, she began to speak up. I also have to inform you, your brother Arthur is going to be on the disciplinary committee if he agrees. Do you have any problems with this? I just shook my head and finally left the place. Third POV. Right after the first day of the academy, educational processes started operating as was supposed. Have you heard, dude? S-class adventurer actually visited the academy. And they say he is just a teen. Gendarmeries that were guarding schools actually leaked a lot of information. Someone would think that was their doing, but no. This was done with a purpose, by the directress. To intrigue the whole school about the new class which will be led by the S-Class Adventurer of the Guild. Aren't you excited, Theo? S-Class Adventurer. A certain red-haired girl was jumping from the excitement around a muscular guy named Theodore, Theo for short. I'm riled up, can't wait to see the strongest mage on Dicathan. Theodore clenched his hand. Not only are we going to see him, but we will be taught by him too. The girl said excitedly. Claire, your uncle knows about him, doesn't he? Now Claire was one asked by Theodore. Yeah, he told me a lot of things. I think he is fanboying over him. But I can't say that I'm any different, haha. Claire laughed as they finally approached their new class. HM. Player Improvement Project? Theodore read the title on the door of the classroom. Well, sounds fun. Beamed up Claire and pushed doors, opening the view of the big hall. Looks like they are already here, said Theodore as he noticed members of the student council. Let's just take a seat. Claire and Theodore just walked up on stands and found free seats. Another bunch of students entered the classroom and without speaking, they all took seats. Except for a few second years and higher, everyone was mostly quiet. Just when Claire was about to gather the disciplinary committee, doors of the classroom opened. So this was my classroom all along. The figure walked into class and looked at students. Well, anyway. I was asked by Directress Goodsky to teach you how to survive. So I took the opportunity for my own enjoyment. Rather unconvincing speech from a person, you can't probably take him as someone who was asked by the director herself. I humbly ask you to stop this circus and leave the room immediately. Some member of the student council spoke up rudely addressing who you might be. The person asked without any care. I'm the firstborn son of Graves' family, Clive. Also, I'm vice president of the student council. I might report you to directress right now if you won't leave, said Clive with a disgusted face. I never asked for your family status, but since you started it then. I'm Ashborn of the Leywins family. Only S-Class of Adventurers Guild and one who will right now kick you out from this school. Are you satisfied now? Everyone was utterly shocked. Yeah. Ashy, isn't this too much? The student council president Tess Iam shouted across the room. Am I the only one who heard her calling him Ashy? Some student thought. He is a mage, a battle mage at that. Going head-on towards your enemy without observing him first, will be your end. I don't need such people here, get out. Strong argument from Ashborn, but Clive still remained in class. Adventurer, you shall know your place. Didn't your family teach you how to talk with the nobles? Clive asked, raising his voice. Dude, he is S-Class Adventurer. Everyone screamed in their mind and prayed for Clive. Overestimating your abilities is another reason to kick you out. This time by force. You see that window over there? Ashborn asked and pointed at the window. Clive was still silent. You are leading through it. As Ashborn said this, Clive mysteriously floated from his place and flew right out of the window while screaming. Was that gravity magic? Other students in the class wondered. That leaves me less hurdle. Well, as you heard, I'm Ashborn Leywin. Ashborn introduced himself again. I got to disappoint you, I'm not going to teach you anything. The information leak was just false. Anyway, to explain everything easier, I'm just going to open up a path of your evolution. You will gain strength enough to go against Silvercore mages, even despite having a lower mana core stage. Does this intrigue you? Every word told by Ashborn was absorbed by students quickly, so they nodded after a question right after. Blood, race, dedication, talent. Throw this out of your mind. Here you are going to get strong without any of this. Because here you are going to get stronger after every fight, after every practice. Here you are going to level up. There was something in Ashborn's speech that made students uproar the whole room. Your old badges are now confiscated. You will receive new ones that display your current strength in numbers, in simple terms your level of overall power. Ashborn took out a big box from his shadow and opened it. This badge here, it counts all your battles and practices. After every practice, it absorbs 5% of your spent mana. After every battle, it does the same. Later, when you reach a certain percentage of absorbed mana, it will insert it into your core with an additional amount to make you level up. You break through the not only core stage but increase your physicality same time. Faster you want to level up, harder battles you should go through. Everyone's jaws were laying on the ground. Everything told by Ashborn didn't feel true. So do you accept the title of the player to receive this opportunity of becoming strong as Lance? Ashborn's POV. As I expected, everyone accepted. They took badges without any hesitations, maybe because they trusted S-Class Adventurer. The idea behind the badges came after I remembered how Lances truly received White Core. I upgraded it a little and made a replica of my own. I don't have high hopes for them reaching the limit of level 100 anyway, so they probably won't reach the level of White Core Mage any soon. The problem about stealing badges is also fixed. Someone steals it. Better for us. It will detonate thief. Mr. Ashborn. Please, can I get your autograph? Can I also shake your hand? I heard the voice of some girl approaching me. I turned and saw a red-haired girl running towards me. I'm your big fan. Nanny TF. Chapter 38, I'm your big fan. A red-haired girl ran up to me eagerly and her sparkling eyes made me feel uncomfortable. I don't remember doing anything heroic, nor anything worth admiring. Wondering why she was a fan of mine, she then answered before I could even ask. Caspian Bladeheart is actually my uncle. He talked a lot about you. So that was why she knew of me from the beginning. And what he talked about me. Being rather curious what Caspian was thinking about me, I asked. He thinks that you are the only one who will bring a great future to this continent. He is your big admirer. She replied. Partly what Caspian told her was right. I never intended to somehow help Dicathan. It will just eventually happen after finishing my own goal. So that's how it is. Anyway, what do you want? Ah, yes. Can you sign it here? She held out some notepad and pointed at a particular place on it. That's it? What does my signing give her? Is it necessary? I straightforwardly asked. She flinched. Her eyes were pleading me to sign the note. She was so desperate to get me to sign this. I just took a note and pen from her. After signing it, I handed the note and pen back to her. She was literally shaking when she took them as if holding something precious. Never understood such kind of humans. Thank you. She thanked me and after bowing she walked towards her friend. Already giving away autographs. So popular you are, brother of mine. Arthur joked behind my back. You are late, Arthur. No, I'm not. You just started the lesson early. He complained. Even though I'm not a teacher, I just gave them things that cost more than the budget of this country could ever afford. I saved this for you anyway. Here, take it. I threw another leveling badge at him. Should I wear it now? He asked and I just nodded. Arthur took out the badge from the box and stuck it on his current badge. Of course, I already sensed what the badge was doing. It inspected everything in Arthur from mana pool to physicality. He himself wouldn't sense this because the badge can hide mana pretty well. And later numbers on Arthur's badge started changing. It went up from 0 to 57, not bad compared to other students who had lower than 30. Some of DC had around 15 to 30. This was highest, and then was Tesha with level 30 as well. She doesn't have the beast will of the Elderwood Guardian. The badge also made a big mistake. Calculating the overall strength of the current Arthur is impossible. It depends on how he uses his beast will. Phrasing through time and space is a strong technique. I'm sure Arthur can even take on Lance, of course, if he uses beast will. That's my personal opinion. He literally stops time for himself. Like, how can I judge his power at this rate? There are a lot of loopholes even I don't understand. He does Zawarudo and TBATE. Level 57. Reach level 100 and you can fight against lances without your beast will. I whispered in his ear, of course, it surprised him. This also brought up new determination. "Anyway, aren't you going to start teaching?" he questioned me. I just shook my head. "Everyone, Arthur here is going to be your teacher. I don't want to hear any complaints, also he is my brother. Besides, he is level 57, he can defeat any of you in an instant." Just with a few words, I lifted Arthur into the hierarchy system of students. Now he can be considered as one of the best and strongest students in the whole Osiris. "Brother?" Arthur's new class went uproar. "I wish you luck, Arthur. I'm going to be inspecting you from the sidelines. By the way, is that Blaine's son and daughter there? Don't drag me into this." Arthur yelped, but it was too late. I was already on the sidelines, waiting for Arthur's next action. Since my incompetent brother doesn't know what to do, I guess I'll help him out a little. I'll introduce myself. My name is Arthur Lewin, a newly appointed disciplinary committee member, the second son of wonderful mages, a doting brother, and your new professor. He shot a smirk at me. I just ignored him. "Most of you here have high mana core stages. Can this leveling system be trusted?" he asked me. "It can only show overall strength. Battle experience is unfortunately out of its capabilities." I explained and he accepted my answer. "Then I can imagine your strength. Mr. Ashborn, maybe you might have a theme for us to do today?" I understand he was doing this on purpose, he just didn't know what to teach. Goodsky asked me to teach you how to survive. I agreed to her request partly. Instead of teaching, I opened up a path for you to grow. Since you are now only weak to go against even a silver core mage, I suggest for you to create a trump card of yours which can win you a time, or even defeat your opponent. I harshly addressed weak students. Arthur also agreed with me. Good idea. Trump card which can be used only in desperate situations, strong enough to harm anyone. Making a big accent on words, Arthur got the full attention of the class. Against those Azuras, it would still be useless, but against Alacrians it can actually work. Alacrians' rate of awakening is big, but as I already mentioned, they prefer quantity over quality. It was a good strategy before, that is. But I don't think that our spells can harm even a silver core mage. Voiced some blonde-haired elf his opinion. Not entirely true. I'm pretty confident to take on silver core mage right now. I'm only in the light yellow core stage. Fei, responded Arthur, making the whole room explode in laughter, while Fei himself was blushing in embarrassment. I like the Ivysaur joke more. While I don't want to give hints this early, it would be too hard for you to realize it. The badge itself is always inspecting your body with the use of mana. This means your core is in constant contact with mana. I gave a big hint to Arthur. He was the only one who could guess the meaning behind my words. He was quadra-elemental, of course, knew more about mana than others. Also, there are Sylvia's teachings. This means depleting your mana completely doesn't actually harm you. Thank you for telling us such vital information. Now this gives us more ways of creating our trump cards. Replicating the previous system in this cheap version was easy. Of course, it doesn't have a game interface and such, but it does its job. Damn, those badges are so cool. I wonder who created them. Yeah, right. The first lesson of Arthur continued with little theoretical material, discussing ways of how to cast spells faster, or how to increase levels. Those were natural questions, especially after getting such a thing as that badge. How was the first meeting with students? Cynthia questioned me in her office. Kicked out one and appointed Arthur as a teacher. You aren't against it, right? I asked, without glancing at her. No, I'm actually thankful. Who you kicked out, by the way? He was someone called Gabe or something along those lines. Damn, those nobles have such confusing names. I mumbled the last part. I wasn't trying to remember their names, but they indeed have some hell of a name. Clive? Student Council Vice President. He was a capable mage, so why? Cynthia's answer for this should be already obvious to you. He won't last there a month with his attitude. Knowing Elijah, he will beat him up just to get a hand on the cool design of the badge. I was already sure that Elijah will take the position of one of the players. He will probably kick out someone from the student council. The disciplinary committee members were chosen by strength, and Elijah won't be picking on unknown powerful mages. He also knows from me that the disciplinary committee is created under command of the council. It will be tough to deal with that family, but I'll manage it somehow. Maybe you aren't against me using the title of S-Class Adventurer to shut them up? She inquired. If it fixes the problem immediately, I'm not against it. Another cup of tea? Ah yes, thank you. Third POV. Players worked their asses off and worked hard to raise their levels. 3 levels were the maximum they could get from training. Those 3 levels were only for low-level players. Arthur couldn't get level, of course. He needs to do harder tasks than just training. Ah damn, I couldn't even get 1 level. Arthur grumbled and slumped down on the grass. Art, you are already ahead of us by a large margin. Tesha sat down next to him while panting. Man, you complain about your level while we couldn't even scratch you. Arthur's old acquaintance, Prince Curtis, also joined the conversation. So annoying, Ash probably set up something for me in this badge. Grumbled Arthur and wanted to tear off the badge. Unfortunately, he couldn't because it wasn't his property. I think it's just harder to level up after a certain stage. Voiced Claire her opinion. Gotta agree, while Feifei leveled up by 3, he stopped doing this on 20th level. We might need to do something harder, maybe actual battles? Teacher, what do you think? Theodore just recently started calling Arthur with the nickname of Teacher, just to tease him. Everyone already picked up this right after they realized how he hated his brother's actions. Got appointed as a teacher without any prior notice. For us, this is a good opportunity to get stronger. Always, silent and expressionless sister of Curtis, Kathleen voiced. Everyone nodded at her. We need some serious opponents, while I don't want to steal all the experience from any of you. The best option might be fighting among each other. Theo proposed. Almost everyone agreed. So Arthur needs better opponents to level up. I remember someone grumbling about not needing this badge, but now is eager to fight just for some level. Just Ashborn's voice irritated Arthur, now teasing in addition to that. Come on man, you set up things for me, right? Ranted Arthur, but saw Ashborn shaking his head. Obviously, the higher your level, the harder task you must fulfill to improve. That is simple logic for you players. Now you want to get some levels, you are receiving quest form badges, go to the nearest battleground to hear instructions. With this said, Ashborn disappeared from the place. This might be it, guys. We can get levels. Chapter 39, Third POV. Right after Ashborn disappeared from his place, he appeared into a large open battleground. There were some people already fighting, but Ashborn didn't mind at all. They might come in handy later. That might be enough. He checked the size of the battleground and it was enough to hold battles between his group. Now what to do with them? Ashborn asked himself, looking at other students doing spars. While some woman was flying on similar to Hawkeye the creature and observing them. She wasn't very strong, but comparing her to students would be as if comparing gold to dirt. She had experience in fighting that was noticeable, her posture, her way of observing, in addition to that she had some defenses around Manicore. Comparable to Jasmine, but still weaker. I haven't told them where exactly they should come, right? In that case, Ashborn will just wait. He can assign some of his soldiers to this task, but they weren't suitable. Imagine Baru training someone who can't do something from his first explanation. Without him around someone would lose their head. Well, here they come. Arthur with his class already arrived, their expression showed determination. They want to level up so much? That's good, thought Ashborn. I don't remember having your class today, Claire. The female teacher who landed on the ground called out for Claire. We were told to come here. We should have some kind of a quest here. Claire answered and looked around for Ashborn. Well, I don't know what quest you will have here, but I have a lesson, so you will have to wait." The woman responded, turning them down. Unfortunately for her, she doesn't have the authority to decide anything. "Professor Glory, I think someone who brought us here wouldn't like what you said," awkwardly said Curtis, scratching the back of his head. Clueless about who this woman was, Arthur, or now the teacher of this group, just stood silently waiting for others to do something. He still couldn't sense her core because of her defense, which intrigued him. Really? Whatever, I have a lesson to continue. Anyway, I wouldn't mind having battle training with you guys." She eyed Arthur, confusing him. "Why not? Fight with the group of these students and defeat them. Fatal attacks are acceptable." Ashborn's voice reverberated in their ears. They couldn't catch him in sight, but obviously, he had to be somewhere close. Professor Glory was shocked. She didn't know, but the person whose voice she heard now had to be strong. She couldn't even notice anyone's presence other than students. Now this is something. Even the directress isn't so proficient in sound magic to enchant the area without anyone noticing. Unknown to Professor Glory, Ashborn wasn't using sound magic. His voice traveled through mana itself. "We should start right now." Theodore cracked his knuckles. He couldn't wait to get stronger just like others. "Whoever is this teacher of yours, I would also like to battle him." Professor Glory grinned at the thought of fighting against a strong opponent. "Forget it, Professor, you are no match, for an S-class adventurer that is." Curtis's words shocked the woman even more. "So, he is in this school for real?" she exclaimed. "Begin it already, I hate wasting time." The chilly voice of Ashborn stopped them from continuing meaningless conversations. "Okay, everyone gather in a circle here." Professor called out for her students. After being called out by their teacher, a bunch of people, girls and boys in the same uniform, gathered in a circle, waiting for the professor's explanation. They didn't have to wait before the professor started explaining what they would be doing. "We will have group battles between student council, disciplinary committee, and you. We can divide into groups." She again couldn't finish and got interrupted by Ashborn. "Not necessary. Arthur's class against yours, simple as that. In war, you might not have time to split up into groups." At the mention of war, Arthur tensed up. He didn't quite understand why his brother brought up war to students. Also previously he was talking about teaching how to survive. Arthur could already connect dots about the bigger picture. "I guess that's it then, you guys get ready on the other half." Arthur and others finished changing into training attire. Simple blue uniform with some protecting pads. They got ready for battle and waited for Ashborn's statement. Upper hand or defeat, making them unconscious. Rules are easy, just make sure you don't kill. You are already split in half, so you may begin your battle whenever you are ready. Ashborn announced suddenly. They expected him to count down and later start. Arthur wastes no time, runs forward ahead of everyone. He then stopped for a second and looked back to his teammates. "In war, you won't have a timer," he commented with a grin before marching forward again. "Let's get this done quickly then." Theodore grinned and channeled mana in his legs and began running towards enemies. "Don't underestimate us yet. Don't you remember, I'm on their side?" Professor Glory yelled from the other side of the battleground. "I'll take care of a teacher. You guys go fight against students." Arthur reassured his class, but they were not relieved at all. "Hey! You want to take most levels." Instead, they started arguing about who should fight against the teacher. Was that really a good plan? Ashborn doubted his decision. Implanting the system in the classes was itself a good idea, but this depends on how they use it. Right now they are arguing about levels, so he should set something here. Losing a match will result in losing 3 levels while winning guarantees 2. So don't fight mindlessly, wanting to get strong is good. But in war, you should stick to working in a team if you don't have enough power. Ashborn advised. He himself particularly didn't like working with anyone. Why would he? He can do most of the things alone and he already has encountered a lot of betrayals. Just to fully trust somebody was already impossible. As I was saying, I will take care of the teacher. Arthur repeated and dashed to the teacher. Let's see how strong Arthur is without using his 2 elements, thought Ashborn as he watched Arthur approaching the female professor. She was a good match for Arthur, who is trying to hide his elements and beast will. Arthur and the woman crossed their swords. Trying to pressure each other with raw strength, they tightened their grip on the sword, while also augmenting their bodies to increase strength. Arthur's wind element gathered at the sharp edge of his blue sword, and the woman's sword was flaming. Woman subconsciously smiled, with her right leg tried to kick Arthur on his side. Arthur, fully displaying his flexibility, avoided it, and with a quick movement, he thrust his sword at the professor. She of course managed to avoid it, but this was a feint. Arthur ducked down, kicking her legs, tripping her over instead. Glory immediately got up with the same grin she had before. What a monster you are, she addressed Arthur, who just chuckled in response. Yeah, I saw monsters bigger than me. Arthur in these words meant his brother, who didn't know what to feel about it. He indeed was a monster when it comes to strength. You have quite a few monsters in your class too, Glory noted, glancing at other fights. Aside from Glory and Arthur, there were other battles going. Both DC and SC were utterly dominating enemies, without giving them time to catch their breaths. Even though some of the students were older than DC and SC members, they weren't strong enough to stand their ground. Try harder, are you a girl? Theodore yelled at some boy who was squeaking in fear. Theodore with his gravity magic could easily halt students. Without augmentation, it was almost impossible for a boy to move his limbs. I need stronger opponents to get level ups fast, remembered Theodore. Others from Arthur's class were also trying to find stronger opponents. Anxiety about leveling up as much as they can was so high that they wanted to heal their opponents and fight them again. Not the result that Ashborn was expecting, but he can work with it. Arthur and Glory exchanged a lot of blows, slashes, kicks, and magic. Everything was used. Sweat was tickling on Glory's face from all this fighting. She was getting exhausted. Arthur was the same as he was before starting the battle, with no visible exhaustion. His breathing was steady and his footwork wasn't floppy. Excellent job, Arthur. Your abilities as a human are extraordinary, in this world at least. Ashborn praised Arthur in his mind. His future girlfriend is also strong. Compared to others, Tesha with her plant magic was strong, not with raw strength, but with a tactical mind. She bound others with vines and later knocked them out. Others were mediocre at most. Prince and Princess of Sapin were strong, but Curtis was using artifacts, while Kathleen with her ice magic couldn't balance between defense and attack. Meanwhile, Claire used her sword with great proficiency. Arthur was still ahead of him in the usage of swords by a far margin, but Ashborn was comparing her to other students and Claire wouldn't lose to anyone in swordsmanship. Caspian is her uncle. What should I expect from Caspian? Caspian was a cautious man. He would obviously prepare for the future. After learning what is going on this continent, anyone would try to prepare and ensure the safety of their relatives. Gwa, I'm out, monster. Glory slumped down on the ground, panting heavily. So I win? Raysket, Arthur and Glory just showed thumbs up. Took you a while to finish. Arthur's class approached him. Arthur looked at them, and seeing them pointing at opponents, he turned to so-called opponents. Students laying who knows where, panting heavily, clothes dirty, and aches everywhere on the body. Arthur was impressed, but now he just wanted to hear how many levels he got from fighting another professor. We won the battle, now it's time to give us rewards. Arthur called out for Ashborn. Certainly, you won the battle, but who said the mission was accomplished? You won the battle, but not the war. You still have an enemy to finish off. Ashborn just entered the sight of the people present. You don't mean the dash dot. That's exactly it. Arthur, you are going to fight me. Chapter 40, 3rd POV. You against me? Arthur stuttered between his words, knowing full well he didn't have any chances of winning the fight. He didn't know how, but even using static void wouldn't help much against Ashborn. Ash was able to keep him in sight even when time stopped, but that was before. Right now Ashborn might have found out a way to stop Arthur. Art just had a gut feeling. "You all are going to fight against me," said Ashborn, looking at people who were still on there too. Most of them were either lying from exhaustion, some of them just being knocked out. Anyway, all members of the student council and disciplinary committee were in good condition. "Isn't this too much?" awkwardly asked Arthur. "All of you against me, it's better that one-on-one, is it not?" questioned Ashborn. Of course Arthur couldn't retort what Ashborn just stated. "We don't have chances to escape, right?" Arthur looked back at his group. Seeing them only shaking their heads in denial, he accepted his fate and took a stance. If he wanted to somehow come out with little rewards, he needed to put up a good fight. Others did the same and took a stance, but didn't dare to attack. "Well, this is awkward," said Arthur. Nobody moved an inch, even Ashborn was just standing, looking at them. "Move your asses," Arthur shouted at his class, still not moving his eyes from Ashborn. "So for you, it's awkward to fight against one opponent? Principles or just fear?" Ashborn asked, only receiving silence as a response. "You shall know enemies don't always play fair and square. I might just attack you right now," Ashborn declared and lazily dashed towards Arthur. "He's slow?" Arthur questioned himself but was answered immediately when Ashborn accelerated after a few steps. "Arthur, watch out!" Claire shouted at Arthur just when Ashborn was about to hit Arthur. He changed pace so quickly, noted Arthur, and swung his sword at his opponent. Ashborn saw small twitches in Arthur's muscles, and before Arthur could even fully swing his sword, Ash moved away. The attack couldn't even reach him. Arthur wasn't shaken from this, and augmenting his legs with mana, he jumped at Ashborn, preparing another slash. Ashborn, following Arthur's actions, also jumped towards him. Art slashed the sword again. Surprisingly, his brother followed the direction of swing. Arthur could clearly see in slow motion Ashborn follow the attack's direction, avoiding tip hitting him. This created a great opening for Ashborn since Arthur couldn't swing his sword again with the same speed and power. Of course, he took this opportunity and kicked Arthur's wrist, making his weapon fall out from his grip. Fortunately, Art immediately jumped back from the place. "I have to admit, even in close combat, I have zero chances. I need your help, guys," said Arthur, picking up his sword. "We had to begin from this," grinned Theodore and took a stance with fists clenched. Both the disciplinary committee and students' council lined up next to Arthur, making them easy targets for Ashborn. Maybe if he informed them about him being the type of mage who doesn't care about classification, maybe then they wouldn't do this. "You are making yourself an easy target for conjurers. Keep a distance of at least 15 meters. Instructed Ashborn. It was important to keep distance in a pandemic. "You should also wear a face mask." This was done with a purpose, Arthur replied, smiling. "And what purpose?" "To raise up our morale," answered Arthur. For Arthur's class, it was truly a cool moment. Arthur realized this, seeing all the grins that spread on everyone's face. So even if by a little, this totally raised their morale. The only mistake is that this wasn't a real war, this was just training. You again lost time in some unnecessary actions. "What if that morale of yours will fall down again?" asked Ashborn. Puzzling expressions could be seen on everyone except Arthur. "Come forth." Shadows behind Ash expanded, forming silhouettes of monsters. Nobody was expecting this. So-called moral of their fell down into an abyss of nothingness when silhouettes finished forming. 25 black ants with purple eyes, one of them having a humanoid body structure. Arthur himself was shocked. Is this illusion? Maybe he used a water element and created an illusion from mist? All questions alike completely filled Arthur's mind. Others were no exception. All of them wondered what kind of magic S-class adventurer used. If you think that, this is an illusion, you are wrong, Ashborn stated them, knowing their current thought process. They are solid enough to cut any man a beast. Ash put his hand on a certain humanoid ant's shoulder. Your command? My liege. Humanoid ant spoke, almost demanding Ashborn for command. It can talk? Everyone yelled in their minds. Baru, they are still frozen. You should fight them, without hurting much. Commanded Ashborn. KKK. My liege asked me to fight you without hurting you. Then I shall break your spirit first. Screeched Baru loudly for everyone to hear. Everyone felt chills run down their spines when other ants also screeched, mimicking Baru. Even Arthur got worried. Was his brother planning to kill them? Or in the worst case to feed them to ants? Don't let your guard down. Moving away from his place, Baru quickly made his way to Arthur's open back. *T. Too fast. Cursed Arthur in his mind. He couldn't even follow Baru's movement with sight. If Baru was to attack now, he could kill Art without any resistance. Instead, Baru just remained there, waiting for Arthur's next action. Arthur, without wasting any time, tried to slash with his blue sword at Baru, aiming for the neck. Baru predicted Arthur's action and caught a sword with claws. Quick reaction, as expected from Liege's family. Arthur took quick action after seeing how tightly Baru grabbed his sword. Letting go of it, he augmented his leg with mana and kicked the ant's torso. Baru didn't even flinch. He ignored the attack and took all the damage. Arthur got alerted that his attack augmented with tons of mana didn't leave any visible damage to Baru. It can talk and is intelligent. His armor is not penetrable by our attacks. Just who the hell is this guy? Arthur gulped in fear. Thoughts about fighting such an opponent overwhelmed him. Arthur! Tesha, worried about Arthur, ran up to him in a protective stance. There are other beasts. Don't fight the ants in groups. Everyone shall take one individually, disperse them. Arthur commanded it was best to fight ants individually than in groups. Arthur from his experience in dungeons knew how dangerous ants can actually be. In large groups they can literally eat other beasts, doesn't matter what rank they have, and now those ants are twice or even thrice bigger than he saw previously. All of them had wings, so they could fly. In addition to that, there was also Baru. Arthur had zero ideas what Baru's true strength was, but from previous actions, he saw that the humanoid ant was no joke. Arthur, teacher, can you hold off that humanoid beast? Curtis asked about Baru. Arthur shook his head in denial. I'm not sure, but I can try fighting it to win time for you, answered Arthur. Suddenly Arthur again felt something behind him. When looked back, he saw Ashborn's fist close to his face. It stopped before it reached him. Never let down your guard. You forgot I'm also fighting, Arthur heard Ashborn saying before retracting his fist. Arthur, you are too concentrated on swordsmanship. Without a sword you are still too weak, so right now try to fight without it. No way, without it I don't have any chances to level up, complained Arthur. He only worked on his swordsmanship during adventuring, so he knew fist-to-fist fight is placing him at a big disadvantage. Do you want to lose 5 levels and get weaker? Questioned Ashborn. You asked for it. Arthur augmented his whole body, quickly sending a punch towards Ashborn. Without much effort Ashborn blocked the attack, catching Arthur's fist into his own. Art of course tried to get his fist out of Ashborn's grip, but couldn't. He then realized the situation, aimed a kick at Ashborn's knee, who leaned towards the attack with his knee directed at the incoming attack. Arthur managed to kick his brother's knee. Unfortunately, he hurt himself more than Ash. You. Arthur received a blow to his stomach from Ashborn. Arthur choked out his own saliva. All the air in his lung also came out from the impact. Arthur fell down on his knees, while Ashborn was still holding his hand. Already incapable of continuing fighting? Ashborn looked down on Arthur with apathetic eyes. Are you fucking killing me? Barely managing to make his words come out from his mouth, Arthur choked out. I won't let you die. I'm just training you, or you might say I'm preparing you, responded Ashborn, still with the same apathetic eyes. As I said, you are concentrating too much on swordsmanship. Look, without a sword you are nothing. Without you, your own comrades are nothing. Should you just lay there pathetically and watch your comrades die? Why are you still holding back when you already received this much attention? Arthur. Use all the force you've got, surpass your limits, at least somehow make way for your comrades to escape in one piece or save yourself. Advised Ashborn, it was more of a reminder to Arthur. Arthur wasn't simple, Ashborn knew that full well. He might not take every piece of advice to heart, but this might give him the necessary push to get strong. Attack me again, this time with everything you've got, stated Ashborn, letting go of Arthur's hand and taking a stance. Seriousness was emitting from his expression. Everything I've got, huh? Arthur stood up, finally inhaling air in his lungs. He also took a stance, his previous misty eyes now could clearly see Ashborn. Static void. Using his dragon will, Arthur, unknown to him, manipulated an element ether. He entered the first phase of his will, the color of the world changed for him and everything froze. This was a last resort card for Arthur, he can't always use this technique. Like the previous time, he will fall unconscious after every usage, no matter how much he trains it. But freezing time for everything around him was a great power, the only drawbacks are usage limits, and it also can't work on anyone who is proficient using ether. Already exhausted Arthur wouldn't be able to maintain this state for a long time. Ashborn meanwhile could see everything. The source of ether itself was in him, of course, this technique wouldn't work on him. He could easily dispel the technique, of course right now he didn't do this because he was observing Arthur. Unlike previous times where Ashborn simply didn't care about technique. He kept this as a trump card, fortunately, I saw this now. Just like Ashborn, many could break out from this. Or even dispel it before it could be even cast, just good usage of ether or large amounts of mana could wreck this dimension apart. Arthur, who doesn't even know about the existence of ether, can't even hinder this. Arthur slowly walked to his brother. Stumbling on almost every step, he approached Ashborn again to fall down on his knees. At the beginning of the battle, this can be used as the vital attack, if you later manage to get away from the place. But as the trump card in hard situations when you are exhausted, this isn't suitable. Noted Ashborn. Arthur, who already spent quite a lot of mana and stamina, can't even walk properly after using static void. That's enough. You don't even have the strength to punch me, you seriously intended to injure me somehow? Ashborn decided to break out from static void's influence, this time Arthur wasn't even surprised. Don't dispel it yet, or you will fall unconscious immediately. You shall listen to me for now. This is a strong technique no doubt, but again you can't use it. Do you know why? Because this isn't your power. Arthur already knew this, Sylvia's will wasn't his power. I already know this, mumbled Arthur. Better for you then. Set this as a goal, achieve power enough to not require this beast will as a trump card. How? Asked Arthur. I already gave you an opportunity for this, so make the first step to your goal by achieving level 100. Now I have to attend important matters, so I'm going. My king, that Alacrian scythe you spared, requests to meet with you. Silred informed Ashborn with thought communication. That's the end of this tale for now, thank you for watching and I'll see you in part 3. Peace.